In the long hush of evening, when the world settles into its gentler rhythms, the old stories begin to drift forward again. Among them rests the tale of Orion, a hunter whose form has lingered in the night sky for thousands of years. His story moves slowly, shaped by poets, sailors, and stargazers who looked upward and traced his outline in the steady arc of the heavens. It is a tale carried by constellations, by the passing of seasons, and by the quiet memory of ancient Greece, where myth and sky were never far apart. This series turns to that enduring figure, setting his life and legacy in a calm, unhurried light. Each moment unfolds at an even, restful pace, allowing the ancient world to rise as softly as dusk over the Aegean Sea. For those who wish to support this peaceful journey through myth, feel welcome to like, subscribe, and gently share where you are watching from. It helps guide the continuation of these long-form stories through the deep and quiet hours. Now, let the story of Orion begin, steady as a constellation returning to its familiar place in the night. In the earliest layers of Greek tradition, myth and sky were bound together with a quiet certainty. The people who lived along the Aegean shores observed the heavens not only as a map for navigation and agriculture, but as a vast and unchanging tapestry through which stories could be carried from one generation to the next. The stars offered a kind of permanence that human life could not, and so the constellations became resting places for figures whose tales might otherwise fade. Among these star-born shapes, Orion holds one of the most enduring positions. His form, unmistakably that of a towering hunter, rises each year through the winter months, marking the turning of the seasons and the slow rhythm of the agricultural cycle. To understand his myth is to step into the atmosphere of a world where observation, belief, and storytelling blended seamlessly. The earliest mentions of Orion appear not in elaborate mythic cycles, but in brief notes scattered through poetry. In Homer, his name surfaces in passing lines that assume a familiarity already present in the audience's mind. Orion is less a character than a figure in the sky, fixed and bright. His constellation guided sailors who relied upon celestial markers, long before compasses and charts shaped the craft of travel. When Orion rose in the east, it signaled specific winds and the beginnings of particular seasons, cues vital for life along the Aegean. The constellation's position was so distinctive that its identity became inseparable from ideas of orientation, timing, and natural order. Because the stars were permanent and human life was not, these celestial patterns invited stories that could explain their origins. Over time, the constellation inspired the development of a more detailed figure, a hunter whose mythic outline gradually expanded. The Greeks often placed notable individuals among the stars: warriors, nymphs, animals, and hybrid creatures, so the presence of a mighty hunter seemed especially fitting. Hunting, after all, held deep symbolic weight within Greek culture. It was associated with skill, discipline, and an intimacy with the natural world. To become a renowned hunter was to demonstrate not just strength, but also harmony with the forests, mountains, and wild animals that shaped the ancient imagination. Orion's association with hunting likely played an essential role in why he was chosen, or perhaps simply accepted, as the figure represented by this constellation. The stars outlined a form that suggested a raised arm, perhaps holding a club or weapon, and a belt defined by 3 evenly spaced bright points. These features made the constellation one of the easiest to identify, even for novice observers. Its clarity naturally encouraged the belief that it represented someone of great physical presence and importance. Thus, when later poets and storytellers expanded the character of Orion, they did so with the sky's shape already in mind. The process through which Greek myths formed was never linear. It did not follow a single authoritative text or unified tradition. Instead, it emerged through centuries of retellings, reinterpretations, and regional variations. Myths were shaped by local customs, poetic preferences, and the needs of particular communities. In many cases, a figure might have multiple, sometimes conflicting origin stories. Orion is one such example. His birth and parentage would later be described in dramatically different ways across various sources, a sign that his myth did not begin as a centralized narrative, but rather grew organically around the constellation itself. Before these competing stories developed, what existed was simply the image of the hunter in the sky, known and recognized long before the details of his life were fixed. As Greek culture evolved, so did its storytelling. The archaic period brought poets who sought to give structure to older fragments, shaping them into narratives that could be recited at festivals or inscribed upon tablets. Works by Hesiod and later authors began to weave together more comprehensive versions of mythic figures, including Orion. As his story took shape, it began to reflect broader cultural themes: order and disorder, harmony with nature, divine favor, and the consequences of human actions. Even before specific events of his life were fully established, Orion's character was imagined as a figure of impressive stature and capability, someone whose presence commanded attention. Understanding Orion's place within Greek mythology also requires noticing the symbolic weight carried by giants and exceptional beings. Many Greek stories include individuals of unusual size or strength, often representing forces that bridge the human and natural worlds. Their presence suggests contact with the divine or the primordial. Orion's immense size, consistently mentioned in later accounts, aligns him with this tradition. It places him in a liminal space, not quite mortal, yet not divine, not entirely bound by human limitations, yet not freed from human experiences. This position made him particularly suited for transformation into a constellation, a fate often granted to figures with such hybrid qualities. In the broader context of Greek myth, constellations served as reminders of stories that shaped a community's understanding of the world. They acted as markers of cosmic order, suggesting that even human experiences, life, conflict, achievement, loss, could be situated within a larger, more enduring framework. Orion's eventual placement among the stars fits this pattern, offering a celestial monument to a figure whose story touched themes of ambition, companionship, conflict, and transition. Before exploring these later chapters, it is important to remain within this early landscape, where Orion's story was still forming. The Greeks lived in an environment where natural phenomena were explained through mythic structure. Weather, seasons, and astronomical events were not merely observed. They were interpreted, woven into narratives that connected the human world to the divine. Orion, as both a mythic figure and a constellation, stood at this intersection. His appearance in the night sky announced the arrival of winter, a time when certain winds strengthened and certain tasks became necessary. His disappearance marked a shift toward warmer months and different patterns of activity. In this way, the constellation was not simply a story, but a guide, one that aligned human life with the cycles of nature. Gradually, Orion's name became associated with more than the stars. Stories developed describing his feats, his travels, and his relationships with gods and mortals. These narratives expanded as different authors added their interpretations, shaping a figure who could move through both myth and sky. His identity as a hunter allowed storytellers to place him in forests, mountains, and islands, settings that reflected the diverse geography of the Greek world. His interactions with gods such as Poseidon, Artemis, and Apollo brought him into the larger network of divine relationships that defined Greek myth. Thus, the dawn of Orion's origins lies less in a single story and more in the convergence of sky, culture, and imagination. He emerges from a period when the lines between observation and myth were fluid, when the night sky served as a canvas upon which meaning could be drawn. The constellation gave the first outline, and the storytellers of Greece filled it slowly, deliberately, with the figure who would later become one of the most enduring presences in ancient mythology. When these early threads are gathered, they form the foundation upon which the rest of Orion's tale rests, a tale that continues now with the mysteries surrounding his birth. The origins of Orion belong to a rare category of myth where no single version prevails. Instead, several traditions coexist, each shaped by distinct regions and periods of Greek storytelling. These accounts, though different in detail, all attempt to explain how a figure of such scale and renown came into being. The variety itself reveals something important about the nature of Greek myth. Stories were not fixed creations, but living strands woven anew by each generation. Orion's birth stands among the clearest examples of this fluid, evolving process. One of the oldest references to Orion comes from Homer, whose brief mentions imply a background already familiar to listeners of his time. In the Odyssey, Orion appears not as a child of miraculous origin, but simply as a mighty hunter, respected even among the shades of the underworld. When Odysseus journeys through the realm of the dead, he glimpses Orion striding across the fields, carrying the same unbroken confidence that once defined him in life. Homer does not explain how such a figure came into existence. The poet assumes the audience knows or does not require such explanation. By leaving Orion's birth unspoken, Homer preserves a sense of ancient mystery around him. In this earliest view, Orion seems to have always been present, as timeless as the constellation that bears his form. Later traditions, however, sought to give shape to the unanswered question of Orion's beginnings. One widely circulated account portrays him as the son of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Euryale, a daughter of King Minos of Crete. This version, found in works attributed to Hesiod and other early sources, situates Orion within a recognizable pattern of heroic birth. Many notable Greek figures, Theseus, Achilles, and Perseus among them, were believed to be sons of gods, granted extraordinary qualities through divine lineage. To describe Orion as Poseidon's son is to place him firmly within this heroic framework. It explains both his immense stature and the unusual gift he later possesses, the ability to walk across the surface of the sea. As a child of the ocean's deity, he stands between mortal and divine realms, capable of feats no ordinary hunter could achieve. This Poseidon tradition also affirms the strong maritime culture of Greece. A hero linked to the sea would carry particular significance for coastal communities who relied upon the waves for trade, travel, and livelihood. In such regions, myths often drew strength from the waters that shaped daily life. Naming Orion as Poseidon's son allowed him to embody both the mystery and danger of the sea, and the confidence required to navigate it. The symbolic harmony between hunter and water further underscored the breadth of Orion's domain, extending his influence beyond forests and mountains into the broader natural world. Yet even this account does not represent the full range of traditions surrounding Orion's birth. Another story, perhaps the most distinctive, emerges from later Greek and Roman writers. This tale describes Orion not as the offspring of a divine union, but as a being brought into existence by the collective action of three gods, Zeus, Hermes, and Poseidon. According to this version, the gods responded to a request made by Hyrieus, a hospitable farmer or king, depending on the region of the story's retelling. Hyrieus, childless and aging, longed for a son. Moved by his devotion or generosity, the gods promised to grant him one. They fashioned the child through an extraordinary ritual, hidden from ordinary human understanding. From the earth, or from a sacred hide buried beneath the ground, the gods caused a child to grow, one who would become the immense and powerful Orion. In this account, Orion is not born of a mother, nor shaped by ordinary means. His existence reflects the direct intervention of three major deities, each contributing a part of their authority. This unusual creation sets Orion apart from typical heroes. He is not merely favored by the gods, but literally formed through their shared will. The story emphasizes a close relationship between Orion and the divine realm from the moment of his origin. It also highlights themes of divine generosity and the significance of hospitality in Greek culture. Hyrieus's kindness toward the gods, offered without expectation of reward, becomes the foundation for Orion's birth. Through this narrative, the myth carries an implicit message about the reciprocal nature of virtue in the ancient world. Because this version originates primarily in later sources, it reflects a period when Greek myth had become increasingly systematized and symbolic. The idea of a hero emerging directly from divine collaboration aligns with philosophical interpretations that viewed myths as allegories for natural forces or cosmic order. A child shaped by Zeus, Hermes, and Poseidon might represent the harmony of sky, commerce, and sea, three essential domains of Greek life. Whether or not this symbolism was intentional, the story demonstrates how myth could evolve to carry new meanings over time. A third tradition, less known but still preserved in fragments, suggests that Orion was born from the earth itself without the involvement of gods or mortals. In this view, he emerges as a kind of primordial giant, similar to other large, powerful beings in Greek mythology. Giants often symbolize natural forces or ancient powers predating the Olympian order. Describing Orion as earthborn aligns him with this deeper, more elemental layer of myth. It places him closer to figures like the Aloidae or the Titans, beings whose size and strength mark them as remnants of a world older than that of mortals. Though this version is not widely accepted, it contributes to the sense of Orion as a figure whose origins resist simple definition. The coexistence of these traditions reveals much about how Greek mythology functioned. Myths did not require uniformity. Instead, they allowed space for regional beliefs, poetic preferences, and evolving cultural values. A story might shift depending on who told it, why it was told, and which themes mattered most in that context. Orion's birth became a canvas upon which different communities projected their own ideals. Some emphasized divine favor, others emphasized hospitality, still others emphasized cosmic or natural origins. Together, these variations shaped a figure both rooted in the imagination of the ancient world and adaptable enough to endure through centuries. What unites all versions of Orion's birth is the belief that he was destined to be extraordinary. Whether created by gods, born of Poseidon, or shaped by the earth itself, Orion stands apart from ordinary hunters. His size, his abilities, and his presence in the heavens reflect a figure whose life would inevitably touch both mortal and divine realms. Each tradition, in its own way, prepares the foundation for the stories that follow. The friendships, the wanderings, the triumphs, and the tragedies that lead eventually to his transformation into a constellation. In the quiet space where these origin tales overlap, one can sense the nature of early Greek beliefs. Myths were not meant to confine the mysteries of the world, but to give them form gentle enough to be understood. Orion's birth, layered with contradiction and possibility, reflects this gentle shaping. Before he becomes a hunter, a wanderer, or a figure of the night sky, he exists as a question, one answered differently depending on the storyteller, yet always answered with a recognition of his greatness. With this foundation set, the story turns next to the earliest chapters of Orion's life, the period when his immense stature and restless spirit first begin to reveal themselves. The earliest phases of Orion's life, though described only in fragments across ancient sources, form an essential bridge between his mysterious birth and the towering presence he would later become. Whether born of Poseidon, shaped by three gods, or brought forth from the earth itself, the child who would become the great hunter enters myth already bearing signs of an uncommon destiny. His early years, though sparsely detailed, carry a sense of quiet inevitability, an impression that his path would lead far beyond the boundaries of ordinary human experience. In the traditions that speak of his childhood, Orion is consistently portrayed as a figure whose physical form surpassed all expectations. Ancient writers often describe him as a giant, a term that in Greek myth does not merely imply height, but a presence that seems to occupy more space than the world typically allows. His growth is depicted as rapid, steady, and unstoppable, as though the natural world itself had poured its strength into him. This theme echoes through the stories of other mythic heroes, yet Orion's size places him in a category closer to the primordial beings mentioned in older Greek tales, figures who stood between the mortals of the present age and the more ancient powers of the past. His physical strength is one of the few qualities universally acknowledged across all versions of his story. Even as a child, Orion is said to have possessed a level of robustness that seemed out of proportion to his age. Though no detailed episodes survive describing feats of strength in his youth, the collective tone of the sources suggests that his abilities were recognized early, perhaps even feared or marveled at by those around him. In many myths, such early signs of exceptional power foreshadow a future filled with movement, challenges, and encounters across vast landscapes. Orion's story follows this pattern with a gentle consistency. A childhood marked not by domestic life, but by emergence, a gradual unfolding of traits that would shape his role as a wanderer and hunter. Surviving accounts rarely specify where Orion spent these early years. Some place his upbringing on the island of Chios, others on Boeotia's fertile plains, and still others imply that he travelled even in youth. This geographical ambiguity reflects the myth's flexible nature. Orion belongs to no single region. His presence is felt across islands, mountains, coasts, and forests. The Greeks who recounted his story often lived near rugged landscapes, where hunting was not only a practical activity, but a symbolic one. It makes sense, then, that Orion's earliest explorations would take place in such environments, surrounded by the rhythms of the natural world. His connection to nature, particularly to the wild spaces beyond the edges of human settlement, is one of the defining aspects of his character. Even before he is fully formed as the great hunter described in later myths, Orion exists within the same imaginative sphere as the forests, mountains, and wandering animals that populate Greek storytelling. The world he inhabits is one of open landscapes, where the boundaries between human and wild are constantly shifting. In this setting, a child of immense size and strength would naturally find affinity with the untamed world around him. Another consistent thread in the traditions surrounding Orion's early life is his developing identity as a hunter. This skill does not appear suddenly in adulthood, but is implied to have its roots in his youth. In Greek culture, hunting was not merely a pastime. It was a practice through which young men learned discipline, endurance, and attunement to the land. For Orion, this relationship seems even deeper. Tales of him later hunting alongside Artemis or traversing distant islands begin with an understanding that his connection to the chase was established in youth. One can imagine the young Orion observing the movements of animals, studying their patterns, and learning the quiet patience required for the hunt. His immense physical power would have made him an effective hunter, but the skill attributed to him in myth suggests more than brute strength. It points to early discipline, an attention to the natural world, and a restless drive to traverse new territory. Restlessness, indeed, is one of the earliest qualities attributed to him. Orion is rarely described in any setting of permanence. Even as a young figure, he seems to move through landscapes rather than settle within them. This wandering spirit would later define much of his adult life: journeys across seas, travels from island to island, and repeated encounters with both mortals and gods. In childhood, this restlessness can be understood as a natural extension of his extraordinary nature. A mortal village, no matter how welcoming, could not entirely contain a being destined for myth. The world itself seemed to call him outward, toward horizons where stories could unfold. It is also during this early period that Orion's connection to the divine becomes more visible in the mythic imagination. Even in traditions where he is born through natural means, his proximity to gods emerges soon afterward. Poseidon, in particular, features prominently in many versions of the tale. As the god of the sea, earthquakes, and natural forces, Poseidon embodies both power and unpredictability, qualities reflected in Orion's mythic presence. Some sources suggest that Orion's early mastery of the sea, later expressed through his ability to stride across its surface, was granted to him during childhood. This ability, symbolic and extraordinary, deepens the impression that Orion grew not only in size, but in significance, with divine forces shaping him long before he encountered the famous events that define his later narrative. Yet despite these extraordinary qualities, the early portrayals of Orion retain a sense of quietness. The stories do not rush to describe dramatic episodes or monumental achievements. Instead, they offer a slow, almost meditative sense of becoming. The emphasis lies not on specific moments, but on the broad arc of his early development. A childhood spent absorbing strength, learning the contours of the natural world, and discovering the skills that would one day define him. This gentle pace mirrors the movement of Greek myth itself, where childhood often serves as a prelude, a space in which the elements of a figure's identity gradually come into focus. As Orion grew, so too did the world's awareness of him. Accounts from ancient poets depict a figure who, by the time he reached maturity, had already earned a reputation as a skilled hunter and formidable presence. His size and abilities would later attract the attention of kings, gods, and goddesses, drawing him into stories of companionship, conflict, and transformation. But in these early years, before his life becomes interwoven with those larger narratives, Orion stands simply as a growing figure in a vast landscape, an embodiment of potential shaped by earth, sea, and sky. This period of emergence sets the tone for the chapters that follow. Orion's wandering spirit continues to unfold as he encounters the wider world beyond childhood, culminating in moments that reveal both the gifts he carries and the challenges he will face. The next stage of his story brings him into contact with the sea in a new way, shaped by the presence of Poseidon, whose influence becomes central to Orion's life as he enters adulthood. As Orion moved from childhood into the early expanse of adulthood, the world around him widened. The fragments that describe this stage of his life present a figure whose abilities, already extraordinary, deepen through an association with one of the most powerful Olympian gods. While many Greek heroes garnered favor from deities, Orion's relationship with Poseidon occupies a distinctive place in mythic tradition. It is a quiet, enduring link, reflecting both the maritime world of ancient Greece and the symbolic vastness of Orion's character. The gift associated with this connection, the ability to stride across the surface of the sea, stands as one of the most remarkable elements of his story, bridging the realms of land and water in a way few mortals or semi-divine figures ever did. In the traditions that name Poseidon as Orion's father, the connection is direct and foundational. A son of the sea god would naturally bear some trace of his father's domain, and the power granted to him reflects that lineage. But even in the alternative accounts, where Orion is fashioned by three gods or born from the earth, Poseidon remains present in his narrative, suggesting that storytellers recognized a special harmony between the hunter and the sea. This consistency across variations indicates that Poseidon's role in Orion's life was more than genealogical. It was symbolic, cultural, and woven into the identity of the figure who would later traverse islands, coasts, and distant landscapes. The sea held profound meaning in ancient Greek life. It was a source of sustenance, danger, mystery, and opportunity. Islands were scattered across the Aegean like stepping stones, each with its own local customs, landscapes, and stories. Travel between them demanded skill and courage, for the sea could shift from calm to turbulent with little warning. To a culture so shaped by maritime experience, a figure who could walk upon the sea's surface embodied a kind of idealized mastery, a blending of human strength and divine favor. Orion, who would later roam widely across the Greek world, becomes in this tradition not only a hunter, but a traveler whose movements are unhindered by the boundaries that restrict others. Though the ancient sources provide no detailed account of the moment Poseidon granted Orion this ability, the mythic imagination paints the gift as a natural expression of their bond. Poseidon, often stern and unpredictable, could also be generous to those connected to him. His favor was not given lightly, but when offered, it carried the force of the sea itself. For Orion, this blessing would have shaped both his identity and his destiny. It allowed him to move freely between distant shores, forming the basis for many of the journeys described later in his myth. To walk upon the sea suggests more than physical ability. It reflects a liminal existence, a being neither confined to land nor fully belonging to the depths. In Greek cosmology, the sea represented boundaries between nations, between known and unknown worlds. A traveler who could cross it unimpeded existed symbolically between those boundaries, touching realms inaccessible to ordinary mortals. Orion's immense size already marked him as exceptional. This gift extended that exception into the natural world itself. Some ancient authors interpreted Orion's ability as a sign of his closeness to the divine. The imagery of striding across open waters evokes a figure whose presence alters the environment around him, who moves with confidence through places where others approach with caution. It reinforces the broader theme that Orion's life, though often shaped by human emotions and experiences, is never fully contained within human limitations. He occupies a space that blends mortal skill, heroic strength, and divine influence, a combination that defines many legendary figures in Greek mythology. Poseidon's involvement also deepens the thematic continuity between Orion's wandering spirit and the broader rhythms of nature. The sea, with its ceaseless movement, mirrors the restlessness that characterizes much of Orion's life. He is rarely stationary. He travels from island to island, kingdom to kingdom, and woodland to coastline. His journeys are shaped not only by personal choices, but by the elemental forces associated with Poseidon: winds, waves, and the constant shifting of horizons. The god's presence in Orion's story links the hunter's terrestrial skill to the expansive, unpredictable nature of the sea, creating a unity between land-based identity and maritime movement. The concept of a hunter associated with the sea may seem unusual at first, yet it aligns with the symbolic structure of Greek myth. The natural world is not divided into isolated categories. Rivers, forests, mountains, and oceans often interweave in stories, reflecting the real geography of Greece. Orion's ability to cross water without hesitation made him accessible to myths that evolved on different islands and in different regions. As his story spread from place to place, this gift allowed storytellers to place him naturally within diverse landscapes, reinforcing his universal presence across the Greek world. Some scholars have noted that Orion's power may also reflect older traditions that predate the familiar Olympian structure. In certain pre-Greek or early Indo-European beliefs, figures who could traverse both land and water represented forms of primordial strength, beings associated with creation, destruction, or cosmological order. While definitive connections are difficult to establish, the motif resonates with the way Orion is portrayed throughout his mythic arc. At once ancient and adaptable, rooted in specific traditions, yet able to shift across stories and regions. This gift also foreshadows important future chapters in Orion's life. His travels across the sea bring him to new lands, including the island of Chios, where he becomes involved in events that will ultimately change the course of his story. His ability to stride over the waves makes these journeys possible without ships, companions, or elaborate preparation. It allows him to move with the same directness that characterizes his approach to hunting: purposeful, unencumbered, and responsive to instinct. The sea becomes not an obstacle, but a path, opening the world for exploration just as the forest opens for the hunt. Yet, despite the impressive nature of this power, the tone surrounding it in ancient sources remains understated. Greek mythology often treats extraordinary abilities with a matter-of-fact simplicity, trusting the story's quiet symbolism to speak for itself. The same is true of Orion's gift. It is presented not as a dramatic moment of transformation, but as a natural extension of the figure he has already become. In this way, the myth reflects the calm, observational style of early Greek thought, where extraordinary events are treated with the same steady gaze as the predictable movements of the night sky. This perspective offers insight into why Orion would later become a constellation. A figure who walks across water, who hunts across mountains and forests, and who moves confidently through the natural world embodies the qualities associated with celestial constancy. The stars do not struggle against the sky. They move gently, predictably, marking the seasons. Orion's gift echoes this timeless movement. His journeys across the sea mirror the constellations' crossing of the heavens, each motion slow, steady, and assured. As Orion's story advances, this ability becomes an integral element of his life, guiding him from one encounter to another. The next stage in his myth leads him toward Chios, where the gifted hunter meets King Oenopion and becomes entangled in events that reveal both the potential of his nature and the challenges that accompany strength and wandering. In the landscape of Greek myth, the image of the hunter carries deep cultural resonance. It evokes more than the act of pursuing animals through forests and rocky hillsides. It reflects an entire way of relating to the natural world, attentive, observant, patient, and attuned to the harmonies and tensions of the wilderness. Within this tradition, Orion emerges as one of the most accomplished hunters ever imagined by ancient storytellers. His skill is not presented as sudden or miraculous, but as the steady refinement of natural ability guided by instinct, experience, and a profound connection to the land. Hunting in ancient Greece occupied a symbolic space that extended beyond practical necessity. It was a practice through which young men learned discipline, self-control, and the delicate balance between strength and restraint. To succeed in the hunt required far more than physical power. It demanded an inner stillness, an ability to observe subtle signs, and a capacity to move with the rhythm of the environment. Orion's mastery of this discipline sets him apart, not only by his physical stature, but by the precision and care with which he engages with the world around him. One of the earliest impressions in the surviving traditions is that Orion's skill as a hunter was recognized by all who witnessed it. By the time he appears in the narratives surrounding Chios, he is already renowned. This suggests that his abilities had matured long before the specific events of his myth took shape in the literary record. The childhood glimpses of a giant whose presence mirrors the strength of natural forces now settle into the form of a practiced hunter whose actions reflect intention and craft. His immense size, while impressive, is only one component of his proficiency. What distinguishes Orion is not brute force, but control, a trait that the Greeks considered essential in the ideal hunter. Tools played an important part in shaping this identity. While the myths do not offer exhaustive detail about Orion's weaponry, the iconography preserved in Greek art provides hints about how ancient audiences imagined him. Vast paintings and sculptural fragments often depict Orion carrying a club or a long spear, weapons traditionally associated with strength and reach. The club, in particular, carries symbolic meaning. Unlike the bow, which relies on distance and precision, the club suggests directness and physical engagement with the hunt. It connects Orion to older mythic traditions in which heroes relied on raw, unshaped wood, tools that blurred the line between nature and craftsmanship. If the spear was also part of Orion's armament, it would have further emphasized the hunter's dual nature, grounded in physical presence, yet capable of striking with precision. The spear required careful balance and an understanding of movement, echoing the rhythm of the chase. Greek hunters often paired spears with dogs, which would assist in tracking or driving animals toward a strategic point. Although the myths do not explicitly describe Orion using dogs during his earthly hunts, his later connection to the constellations Canis Major and Canis Minor suggests that the association between the hunter and his hounds may have existed in earlier oral traditions. The terrain in which Orion practiced his craft would have varied depending on the region. Forests, hills, and coastal landscapes all appear in the stories that surround him. In ancient Greece, hunting could take place anywhere from the wooded mountains of the mainland to the more open, rugged spaces of the islands. This geographical diversity is reflected in Orion's mythic travels. His ability to stride across the sea allowed him access to landscapes that shaped his skill further. Each environment demanded a different awareness. Forests required silence and careful listening. Rocky hillsides required steady footing. Coastal plains required an understanding of wind and open distances. Over time, these varied experiences contributed to a style of hunting grounded not only in power, but in adaptability. Orion's connection to the divine also deepens the significance of his skill. In several myths, he is described as a companion to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. This relationship, which becomes central later in his story, hints that even before their meeting, Orion had reached a level of mastery worthy of divine notice. Artemis was associated with purity, precision, and the careful balance between life and death inherent in the hunt. A mortal or semi-divine hunter capable of joining her in this activity would have needed remarkable discipline, suggesting that Orion's skill reached beyond practical ability into a form of harmonious alignment with natural forces. To understand Orion as a hunter is also to consider the cultural values that shaped Greek attitudes toward the practice. Hunting required early rising, quiet endurance, and long hours moving through uncultivated landscapes. It demanded intimate knowledge of animal behavior, understanding how deer, boar, or smaller creatures reacted to scents, sounds, and shifts in terrain. Greek hunters often learned to read the ground in fine detail, noticing impressions left by hooves, the bending of grasses, or disturbances in the underbrush. They also learned to interpret the broader signals of nature, changes in wind patterns, the calls of birds, or the direction in which animals fled when startled. Orion's mythic identity incorporates all these elements, suggesting a figure deeply attuned to the world around him. This sensitivity was essential not only for success, but for survival. Wild boar, in particular, posed significant dangers and were frequently featured in Greek myths as formidable opponents. A hunter who faced such creatures required not only strength, but quick judgment and a calm presence. While the myths do not preserve specific encounters between Orion and particular animals, the reverence with which his skills are described indicates that he excelled in all aspects of the hunt. His very presence became synonymous with the craft itself. Orion's skill also reflects a deeper symbolic relationship with the environment. The Greeks often viewed the hunt as a microcosm of the human relationship with nature. It represented the balance between utilizing nature's resources and respecting its autonomy. A hunter who acted with arrogance or excess risked upsetting this balance, while one who practiced restraint embodied harmony. This theme becomes important later in Orion's story, particularly in the narratives that describe his interactions with Artemis and the consequences of actions attributed to him in chaos. Understanding his skill as a hunter lays the groundwork for interpreting those events not as isolated episodes, but as part of a broader reflection on harmony and imbalance within the natural world. The precision of Orion's craft also offers insight into why his constellation became such a powerful symbol. The stars that form Orion's outline are arranged with striking clarity, their pattern immediately recognizable. Ancient Greeks saw in this arrangement the shape of a hunter, upright, poised, with the belt marking the center of the figure and the stars of his raised arm suggesting a weapon. The constellation's brightness and symmetry mirrored the ideal qualities of the hunter: strength, balance, and presence. This celestial form reinforced the cultural image of Orion as a figure whose essence was defined by skill and steadiness. By the time Orion begins his travels that lead him to Chios and the court of King Oenopion, he has already established himself as a hunter whose abilities surpass those of ordinary mortals. He stands not only as a figure of physical might, but as one shaped by years of quiet practice, carefully honed awareness, and a deep connection to the land and sea. His mastery of the hunt forms the foundation for the journeys and encounters that follow, guiding him through both the triumphs and the hardships of his mythic path. With this understanding of Orion's craft, the story now moves toward the island of Chios, where the next turning point in his life unfolds beneath the gaze of a king whose hospitality carries both opportunity and consequence. As Orion's reputation grew, his path carried him steadily across the landscapes and seascapes of the ancient Greek world. His ability to stride across the surface of the sea made the Aegean less a barrier and more a continuation of the terrain he knew so well. The islands that dotted its waters, some fertile, some rugged, some crowned with forests, others marked by stone, became natural destinations for a wanderer whose life unfolded in movement. Among these islands, Chios emerges as a significant turning point in Orion's story. It is here that he encounters King Oenopion, a figure whose presence in myth reflects the close relationship between geography, hospitality, and the shifting fates of those who travel through unfamiliar lands. Chios lies in the eastern Aegean, not far from the coast of Asia Minor. In antiquity, the island was known for its vineyards, its forests, and its distinct local traditions. The presence of King Oenopion in myth preserves this identity, as his name is associated with wine, an echo of the island's celebrated cultivation of grapes. Greek storytellers often linked figures to the resources or defining features of their homeland, and Oenopion becomes an embodiment of chaos itself. His reign represents stability, hospitality, and the careful stewardship of land that yields both abundance and responsibility. Into this setting arrives Orion, a figure whose immense stature and restless nature stand in striking contrast to the ordered rhythms of island life. His arrival is described simply in ancient accounts, suggesting that it happened without fanfare. In myth, the sea was always open to travelers, and islands often served as natural pauses in long journeys. Orion's decision to approach Chios can be seen as part of this broader rhythm: a hunter seeking new terrain, a wanderer drawn by curiosity, or a traveler following instinct. Whatever the reason, his presence on the island initiates a sequence of events that reveal both the possibilities and the tensions inherent in encounters between extraordinary individuals and established communities. Greek tradition places great importance on hospitality, known as xenia, the sacred guest-host relationship overseen by Zeus himself. When a visitor arrived at a household or kingdom, the proper custom was to offer shelter, food, and respect before asking questions about origin or purpose. Under this code, the arrival of someone as striking as Orion would necessitate a formal welcome. King Oenopion, in accordance with these customs, is said to have received him graciously. The myth reflects this encounter with a sense of quiet balance, a powerful traveler entering the protection of a king who upholds ancient obligations. For a time, the relationship appears harmonious. Orion, a skilled hunter, would have found Chios rich in opportunity. The island's forests and hills offered abundant game, and his abilities may have been welcomed by a community that valued both the practical benefits of hunting and the prestige of hosting a guest of remarkable prowess. Oenopion, as king, would have recognized the advantages of extending hospitality to someone favored by the gods. A figure connected to Poseidon could bring not only prestige, but also the potential for divine goodwill. Yet beneath the surface of this apparent harmony lies a tension that reflects the broader themes of Orion's story. The arrival of a powerful wanderer in a settled community always carries potential for imbalance. Orion's immense size and extraordinary abilities, while admirable, could also disrupt the delicate equilibrium of island life. Greek myth frequently explores the consequences of such imbalances, examining how excess, whether of strength, desire, or ambition, can unsettle relationships between mortals and the world around them. Orion's time on Chios would become one such example. The mythic record provides no detailed account of Orion's daily life on the island, yet one can imagine the rhythms that shaped his days. He would have moved through the forests with the confidence of a practiced hunter, perhaps visiting the island's rugged interior, observing its wildlife and becoming familiar with its terrain. His presence may have stirred local interest or admiration. A visitor of such stature would be impossible to overlook. While his wanderings continued, Oenopion remained a stable point in his journey, a host bound by custom to offer protection and hospitality. But as in many Greek myths, the quiet surface of hospitality eventually gives way to complexity. The traditions vary in the details, yet all agree that a significant boundary was crossed during Orion's stay on Chios. This moment, though described differently in ancient sources, marks the shift from peaceful coexistence to conflict. In keeping with the calm tone of mythic recounting, the specifics need not be repeated here in vivid or accusatory detail. What matters is that an act attributed to Orion violated the sanctity of Oenopian's household, breaking the sacred trust that hospitality demanded. Greek mythology often treats such breaches of xenia with gravity. The guest-host relationship was not merely social, it was divine. To violate it disrupted the moral fabric that held communities together. Oenopian's response, therefore, reflects not only personal reaction, but a broader cultural expectation. The certainty with which the myths describe his anger and subsequent action illustrates the seriousness with which ancient Greeks regarded the preservation of household and community order. It is here, in this turning point, that the story begins to expand beyond the confines of chaos itself. For Orion, the consequences of this breach mark the beginning of a difficult period, one that leads to wandering, struggle, and eventual renewal. For Oenopian, the incident stands as a moment that defines his role in Orion's myth, shaping the reputation of Chios within the broader tradition of Greek storytelling. The island, with its vineyards and forests, becomes a symbolic setting for transformation. In many myths, place plays a central role in shaping a character's trajectory. Chios becomes such a place for Orion, at once a refuge, a site of conflict, and the origin of the trials that follow. His departure from the island marks a shift in the larger arc of his story, carrying him toward a journey that moves from wrongdoing to purification, from harm to healing. The encounter between Orion and Oenopian also illustrates the thematic contrast between wanderer and ruler, a common motif in Greek myth. The wanderer moves freely, responding to instinct and opportunity, while the ruler anchors a community, maintaining order through structure and tradition. When these two figures meet, harmony is possible, but precarious. In Orion's case, the precariousness becomes clear as events unfold. Though the relationship between guest and host begins in accordance with sacred rules, the shift toward conflict reveals the fragility inherent in such encounters. Yet, even as this conflict emerges, the myth moves forward with the steady pace of ancient storytelling, guiding Orion from the island of Chios into the next phase of his wandering life, one marked by loss, darkness, and a long path toward renewal. With his time on Chios concluding under difficult circumstances, the story next turns toward the consequences that followed, tracing Orion's journey into hardship and the quiet determination that carried him through the trials ahead. The story of Orion's time on Chios reaches its turning point with a consequence that reshapes the course of his life. Ancient sources, though varied in their accounts, agree on one essential detail. A breach of sacred hospitality resulted in a punishment that changed Orion's path forever. The myths, told and retold across generations, describe his downfall not in vivid violence, but in a solemn, measured tone, reflecting the seriousness with which the Greeks regarded the laws of xenia, the guest-host relationship overseen by Zeus. What happens on Chios stands as a reminder of how deeply those customs were woven into the fabric of ancient society. The versions of the tale differ in their framing, yet the thematic heart remains consistent. Orion, despite his extraordinary skill and presence, acted in a way that disrupted the sanctity of King Oenopian's household. The precise nature of his transgression shifts among poets and storytellers, but the emphasis is always on a fundamental violation of trust. In ancient Greek thought, the household was more than a private dwelling. It formed the core of social order. To disturb it was to step outside the moral boundaries that governed interactions between individuals and communities. Oenopion, as king and host, bore the responsibility of restoring balance. His response was rooted in both personal duty and cultural expectation. In mythic tradition, the king's role often includes maintaining order in the face of disruption, and the punishment he delivers is portrayed not as impulsive anger, but as a solemn corrective act consistent with divine justice. The blinding of Orion, a detail preserved by sources such as Hesiod and later mythographers, symbolizes the severity of the breach. What is important in the storytelling is not the physical description of the act, but the transformation it initiates. The loss of sight becomes a mythic device through which Orion's story moves from strength and mastery into vulnerability and renewal. Blinding in Greek myth often carries symbolic meaning. It does not simply remove physical sight, it signifies the interruption of one's relationship with the world. Characters who undergo this experience are frequently placed at a threshold, forced to confront themselves and to move forward in a new, inward way. For Orion, whose life until this point had been defined by his ability to navigate landscapes, track animals, and read the natural world with precision, the loss of vision marks a profound turning point. The hunter who once observed every subtle sign in the wilderness now enters a period of darkness in which those skills cannot guide him. After the punishment, the myths describe Orion leaving Chios in a state of profound disorientation. His departure is portrayed quietly, without dramatization. The once confident traveler, who had crossed seas on foot and moved effortlessly through forests, begins a journey shaped by uncertainty. Yet the story does not end in despair. Greek myth often frames such moments as the beginning of a new kind of quest, one that moves inward as much as outward. The path ahead becomes a search for restoration, guided by the belief that renewal is possible even after severe loss. The method by which Orion seeks healing varies across ancient accounts, but a consistent motif emerges: the idea that sunlight holds the key to restoring his sight. Several sources describe Orion walking eastward, guided not by vision, but by the warm presence of dawn. This journey is portrayed not as a frantic struggle, but as a slow, steady movement toward the horizon. In the symbolic language of myth, the East represents new beginnings, illumination, and the promise of renewal. The rising sun, which dispels darkness each morning, becomes the force through which Orion may regain clarity. His journey toward the dawn is often depicted as long and arduous, yet it carries a sense of solemn calm. Without sight, Orion must rely on instinct, memory, and the feel of the natural world beneath his feet. The earth becomes his guide, its contours and textures forming a map that he learns to interpret anew. The movement of wind, the warmth of the sun at different points in the sky, and the elevation of the land all offer subtle cues. In this way, the hunter who once skimmed across the sea and moved effortlessly through forests now experiences the natural world in an entirely different manner. Greek storytellers were attentive to the symbolic richness of such a transformation. Orion, who once mastered landscapes through vision and strength, now moves through the world in a state of quiet dependency. This shift does not diminish his dignity. Rather, it introduces a new dimension to his character. His persistence in the face of adversity underscores the resilience that lies at the core of many mythic heroes. The journey becomes a meditation on endurance, humility, and the cyclical nature of hardship and renewal. Some versions of the myth describe Orion being guided by a companion or servant who helps him navigate the terrain by describing the direction of the rising sun. Others portray him walking alone, sensing the world through touch and warmth. In either case, the focus remains on the steady progression toward healing. The landscape he traverses would have included rocky coastlines, open plains, and possibly the edges of forested regions. Each shift in the environment would have introduced new challenges, but also new opportunities to reconnect with the world in a slower, more contemplative manner. Meanwhile, the figure of Oenopion remains on Chios, his role in Orion's story complete. The king's actions, though harsh, reflect the ancient understanding of justice and the importance of maintaining order. The myths do not dwell on Oenopion's emotions or motivations beyond this duty. Instead, his presence fades as the narrative follows Orion into the next phase of his journey. As often happens in Greek mythology, the story moves forward with a sense of inevitability, guided by motifs rather than psychological explanation. The journey eastward eventually brings Orion toward Lemnos, an island associated with healing and craftsmanship. It is here that the myth introduces Hephaestus, the god of fire and forge, whose role in Greek myth frequently involves assisting those who face physical challenges. This transition marks the next stage of Orion's transformation, but it arises directly from the quiet, steady perseverance that carries him across the landscape. In recounting this part of the tale, the emphasis lies not on the moment of punishment, but on the path that follows. The blinding serves as a symbolic threshold, guiding Orion from a life of confidence into a period of vulnerability that deepens the meaning of his subsequent restoration. The myths frame this transformation with a calm, measured tone, inviting reflection on the cyclical nature of loss and renewal. With Orion now set upon the long path toward healing, the story turns next to the island of Lemnos, where divine craft and gentle guidance begin to illuminate the way forward once more. The journey that carried Orion away from Chios eventually drew him toward the island of Lemnos, a place often associated with healing, craft, and quiet resilience. In Greek tradition, Lemnos held a distinct position among the Aegean islands. It was not known for the bustling centers of commerce that shaped other regions, nor for the dense forests that covered parts of the mainland. Instead, it was remembered for its volcanic soil, its long horizons, and, above all, its association with Hephaestus, the god of fire, metalwork, and creation through careful labor. In myth, places connected to Hephaestus often served as sites where transformation unfolded with patience rather than sudden intervention, reflecting the slow, deliberate nature of craftsmanship itself. When Orion reached Lemnos, his condition had already reshaped his relationship with the world. The once confident hunter, guided by vision and instinct, now moved through the landscape with a quieter, more measured awareness. By this point in the story, he had traveled far from the forests and hills where he honed his skills. The island greeted him not with the urgency of battle or the demands of conflict, but with the steady rhythm of a community devoted to craft. In myth, such places often mark the beginning of a healing process, spaces where time slows, materials are shaped with intention, and renewal arises gradually. Hephaestus, though a god of immense creative power, is not portrayed in myth as abrupt or forceful in his interventions. His nature is reflected in the forge, consistent, patient, and guided by skill rather than haste. When he becomes aware of Orion's condition, the myth does not describe a dramatic appearance or a sudden transformation. Instead, the involvement of the divine unfolds through a quiet gesture of assistance. Hephaestus provides not a cure, but a companion, Sedalion, whose role is to guide Orion toward the east, where the light of the rising sun offers the possibility of restoration. Sedalion, described variously in ancient sources as an attendant, servant, or young craftsman, embodies the principles of careful guidance and steady support. His presence in the story introduces a gentle counterbalance to Orion's imposing stature. Where Orion moves with the weight of a giant, Sedalion brings precision and awareness shaped by life in the service of a god whose domain requires attention to detail. Greek myth often places value on such contrasts, suggesting that strength and refinement, might and skill, coexist in ways that shape the journeys of heroes and wanderers alike. The arrangement between Orion and Sedalion is simple yet profound. Sedalion climbs onto Orion's shoulders, a symbolic gesture that unites the clarity of guidance with the capacity for movement. The image is a striking one. A young guide elevated not through power, but through trust, leading a figure whose steps cover vast distances. In the calm narrative tone that defines these ancient stories, the arrangement is presented without embellishment. It becomes a reminder that the paths toward healing often require companionship, humility, and the acceptance of a slower pace. With Sedalion directing his steps, Orion begins to move once more across the landscape of the Aegean. The destination is not a particular city or sacred site, but the place where dawn first touches the earth. Greek cosmology placed the palace of Helios, the sun god, in the Far East, where each morning the sun rose from the horizon to begin its steady arc across the sky. Exposure to this first unfiltered light becomes the key to Orion's restoration. The journey is long, yet it unfolds with the kind of measured, rhythmic progression that mirrors the daily path of the sun itself. As Orion travels, the story attunes itself to the qualities of the natural world. Without sight, he experiences the environment through other senses. The warmth of early sunlight, the shift of wind over the sea, the feel of the earth's contours beneath his feet, all become navigational tools. Sedalion's guidance ensures the direction, but the world itself provides texture and orientation. The story lingers on these subtle details, offering a reminder that healing in myth often emerges through reconnection with elemental forces rather than sudden intervention. The presence of Helios in the narrative underscores the timeless rhythm of light as a symbol of clarity and renewal. The sun, in Greek thought, was a force that revealed the true nature of the world. It illuminated landscapes, shaped daily patterns, and provided the essential conditions for life. For a figure deprived of vision, turning toward the source of this illumination becomes a natural path toward restoration. In a symbolic sense, Orion's journey mirrors the movement from night into day, a transition marked not by abrupt change, but by gradual strengthening of light. As the pair travels, the myth invites contemplation of the slow pace of transformation. Nothing in this part of Orion's story is hurried. The journey is presented as steady, deliberate, guided by one step after another. The companionship between Orion and Sedalion remains quiet and practical, focused on the movement toward dawn. Their progress reflects the broader rhythms of nature, in which renewal unfolds through cycles rather than swift conclusions. Eventually, after a journey marked by patience and resolve, Orion reaches the far eastern horizon. Here, the myths describe him encountering the radiance of Helios at the moment of sunrise. The emphasis in these accounts lies not on the intensity of the event, but on its purity. The morning light, associated with clarity and new beginnings, becomes the force that restores Orion's sight. The transformation is often depicted as gentle, in keeping with the calm, reflective quality of this section of myth. As the light touches him, the darkness that clouded his perception begins to lift, and the world slowly returns to view. This restoration carries symbolic weight beyond the physical. Orion's renewed vision marks the beginning of a new phase in his life, one shaped less by the unbroken confidence of his earlier years and more by the tempered understanding that follows adversity. His experience on Chios, followed by his long journey toward the east, introduces balance into a life once defined by certainty. The myths do not elaborate on Orion's emotional state, but the structure of the story suggests a shift from unrestrained independence toward a quieter, more reflective relationship with the world. Sedalion's role naturally concludes once Orion's sight is restored. In many accounts, the guide returns to Hephaestus, his purpose fulfilled. The myth leaves this transition understated, in keeping with the tone of quiet reverence that shapes the entire episode. Orion, now able to see again, prepares to resume his wanderings, though his path will now lead him into encounters that further define his place within the larger tapestry of Greek myth. The journey to the sunrise, the guidance of Sedalion, and the restorative light of Helios form one of the most contemplative sequences in Orion's story. It highlights themes of renewal, humility, and the power of the natural world to reshape the course of a life. The hunter who emerged from Chios, burdened by loss, now steps forward with vision restored, ready to enter the next chapter of his mythic journey. With his sight regained and his strength renewed, the story now turns to the path that leads Orion into the presence of Artemis, the goddess with whom his fate becomes deeply intertwined. With his vision restored by the rising light of Helios, Orion stepped once more into the rhythm of wandering that had shaped his earliest years. Yet the world he returned to was different from the one he had known before his time on Chios. The landscapes now appeared with a renewed clarity, the contours of hills and forests framed not only by physical sight, but by the deeper awareness forged through hardship. In Greek mythology, such moments of restoration often prepare a figure for encounters that carry lasting significance. For Orion, this turning point leads to the presence of Artemis, a goddess whose identity is inseparable from the wilderness he understood so well. Artemis held a central place in the Greek pantheon as the protector of untamed places and the guardian of the hunt. She represented independence, balance, and a deep commitment to preserving the delicate boundaries that defined the natural world. Her followers imagined her moving through forests with a quiet, effortless confidence, accompanied by nymphs and animals, shaping the land through presence rather than command. To encounter Artemis was to enter a realm where the familiar rules of human society gave way to the older, quieter rhythms of nature. The myths do not describe in detail how Orion and Artemis first crossed paths. Instead, the moment appears as a natural convergence, two figures shaped by the wilderness meeting within the environment that defined them. Some traditions place their meeting on Crete, an island known for its rugged mountains and ancient forests. Others leave the location unspoken, allowing the encounter to drift into the timeless space that surrounds many mythic events. Regardless of the setting, the tone of the story emphasizes harmony. Orion, an accomplished hunter who moved with respect for the land, entered the presence of Artemis without disrupting the balance she guarded. In Greek art and storytelling, Artemis is frequently depicted with a bow, accompanied by animals that move with her in silent coordination. Her skill as a hunter was not a matter of dominance, but of attunement. She represented an ideal in which human presence could coexist with the wild without overpowering it. Orion's abilities, though formidable, echoed this ethos. His strength was tempered by awareness, and his craft refined through years of careful practice. It was this shared understanding of the natural world, rather than bold feats or dramatic declarations, that formed the foundation of their connection. The traditions that describe their time together often portray Orion in the role of companion or hunting partner. It is a relationship framed not by sentiment, but by the mutual recognition of skill. To hunt alongside a goddess was no small matter, for Artemis maintained strict boundaries around her domain. Her companions were expected to uphold the same discipline and purity with which she moved through the world. That Orion was permitted to join her reflects the extent to which his abilities aligned with her values. It suggests a period of harmony in which the pace of life slowed and the movements of hunter and goddess fell into a shared rhythm. As they traversed forests, plains, and the edges of mountain slopes, the narrative focuses less on specific hunts than on the broader atmosphere of their companionship. In Greek storytelling, such moments often take the form of quiet transitions, stretches of time during which characters learn, recover, or rediscover aspects of themselves. For Orion, this period represents a return to the environment where he felt most at home. The transformation he underwent following his blinding now settles into steadiness, allowing him to regain confidence without repeating past excesses. Artemis's presence also carries symbolic meaning. She embodies the clarity and restraint Orion had learned to value through his journey eastward. In this way, her role in his life serves as a counterbalance to earlier events. Where his time in Chios emphasized the consequences of imbalance, his time with Artemis highlights harmony, discipline, and integration into the natural world. Greek myth frequently pairs characters who represent complementary forces, allowing the relationship, whether brief or extended, to reveal deeper truths about each figure. The ancient landscape surrounding their movement would have offered a tapestry of shifting sensations. The soft light filtering through trees at dawn, the quiet warmth of the earth during midday, and the muted colors of evening settling over the horizon. Greek poets and mythographers often described such settings as sanctuaries, spaces where divine presence could be felt in the interplay of wind, wildlife, and shadow. Within this environment, Orion's stature and strength became less markers of dominance and more expressions of natural coexistence. Although their companionship is often presented as harmonious, it carried a degree of ambiguity. Ancient myth rarely frames relationships between mortals or semi-divine beings and immortals in absolute terms. The gods, though capable of forming bonds, remained distinct in their nature. Artemis, in particular, maintained a distance from relationships that could compromise her independence or the purity of her domain. Her connection with Orion is therefore best understood not as a narrative of attachment, but as a shared interval in the wilderness, an alignment of paths that enriched both figures without binding them. This interpretation is reinforced by the role Orion plays in later myths. His time with Artemis becomes a defining part of his identity, yet it does not anchor him permanently. Instead, it forms a chapter that reflects balance and companionship before the story turns again toward challenge and transformation. In this way, the myth mirrors natural cycles. Periods of harmony give way to periods of tension, and each contributes to the shape of the whole. Among the variations of Orion's story, some later sources interpret his closeness to Artemis in different ways, often shaped by their own cultural or literary perspectives. However, the older, more neutral narratives emphasize mutual respect and shared craft rather than emotional entanglement. This interpretation aligns most closely with Artemis's nature as a goddess who participated in the world without binding herself to it. Orion's presence enriches her myth not through drama, but through the calm companionship of two figures moving through the wilderness with expertise and intention. The significance of their partnership becomes clearer in the events that follow. Ancient Greek storytelling often introduces harmony before moving toward the turning points that shape a character's fate. The time Orion spends with Artemis becomes a prelude to the challenges ahead, a quiet ascent before a dramatic shift. Understanding this period as one of balance prepares the listener for the contrast that will emerge in later episodes of the myth. For now, however, the story rests in this interval of calm. Orion, once burdened by darkness, moves now through landscapes illuminated not only by sight, but by renewed purpose. Artemis, steadfast guardian of the wild, allows his presence beside her, recognizing in him a hunter who understands the rhythms she protects. Together, they move through the forests and hills in an unhurried procession, their paths aligned for a time that feels timeless. In the next chapter, the narrative will turn toward the circumstances that eventually caused this harmony to shift, marking the beginning of the events that would lead Orion toward the horizon of his mortal life. The period during which Orion accompanied Artemis stands as one of the most tranquil phases in his mythic journey. It is a time characterized not by conflict or trial, but by an alignment of purpose. Two hunters, each shaped by their unique relationship to the natural world, moved through forests and mountain slopes, in a shared rhythm that reflected both harmony and mutual respect. Yet within this calm, the seeds of future tension were already present. For Greek myth often balances moments of peace with the inevitability of change. The companionship between Orion and Artemis, though steady and serene, contained within it the possibility of divergence. In the traditions that recount their time together, Artemis's identity plays a central role in shaping the atmosphere of this chapter. As a goddess of the wilderness, she embodied balance, discipline, and clarity. Her presence brought order to landscapes that were otherwise shaped by wildness and unpredictability. She sought companions who understood this delicate balance, those who respected the boundaries between the cultivated world of mortals and the untamed spaces of nature. Orion, following his long journey toward renewal, arrived at this stage in his life with a new understanding of restraint and respect. It was this alignment of values, rather than dramatic events, that allowed him to walk beside her. The forested environments through which they traveled were central to this harmony. Greek poets often described such landscapes as sanctuaries, where divine presence could be felt in the softness of light, the movement of leaves, and the quiet patterns of wildlife. Orion, with his renewed sight and his deep familiarity with the natural world, moved through these spaces with a calm assurance. His steps matched the rhythms of Artemis's domain, and his presence did not disturb the animals or the subtle balance of the ecosystem. The hunter who once relied on strength now engaged the world with greater sensitivity, echoing the quiet precision that defined Artemis's own method. While the myths do not preserve detailed accounts of their hunts together, they emphasize the compatibility of their skills. Artemis, guardian of the chase, valued not only accuracy, but respect for the natural cycles of life. Orion's expertise, shaped by years of observing the patterns of the wilderness, complemented her divine mastery. Their movements through the terrain would have been marked by patience and awareness, the kind of coordination that arises not from instruction, but from intuitive understanding. In this sense, their companionship reflects a deeper theme in Greek mythology: the possibility of harmony between the human and the divine when both uphold the same principles. Yet, even in this harmony, there existed a subtle tension shaped not by conflict, but by the fundamental differences between mortals and immortals. Artemis, despite her openness to companionship, remained a goddess whose independence formed the core of her identity. Her relationships, even when close, were never intended to bind her. She moved through the world untouched by the constraints that shaped the lives of mortals, her presence a reminder of both beauty and distance. Orion, though extraordinary in stature and skill, remained subject to the conditions of mortal life: change, growth, and the passage of time. This contrast forms the backdrop for the quiet tension that later emerges in the story. Their companionship, while harmonious, existed within a framework that could shift without warning. Greek myths frequently highlight the delicacy of relationships involving the divine, especially when mortals become too closely aligned with forces beyond their nature. It is not a matter of fault or desire, but of the structural boundaries within mythic cosmology. The gods, bound to their eternal functions, could not fully share the transformations that characterized human experience. The mortals, however gifted, could not remain indefinitely in the company of divine beings without encountering the limits of their condition. Orion's nature, shaped by strength and confidence, occasionally brought him into contact with those boundaries. While the myths do not dwell on individual moments of discord during his time with Artemis, they suggest that his presence, so vast and dynamic, carried the possibility of imbalance. In later retellings, this potential becomes more explicit, but in the older, calmer versions of the myth, the tension remains subtle, a quiet undercurrent rather than a dramatic disruption. Even within this subtlety, the landscape continued to play a role in shaping their interactions. The forests and plains through which they traveled reflected both harmony and distinction. Artemis, moving with the serenity of a goddess, embodied the constancy of nature's order. Orion, though attuned to his surroundings, brought the energy of a being shaped by change and the pursuit of experience. Their footsteps may have followed the same paths, but the meanings of those paths differed. For Artemis, they were an extension of her domain. For Orion, they represented a chapter in a longer journey. Greek myth often uses such relationships to explore broader themes about the human relationship with nature. Orion's time with Artemis becomes a reflection of how mortals can align themselves with natural order through discipline, respect, and humility. The harmony they share illustrates the possibility of peaceful coexistence between human strength and the divine guardianship of the wild. Yet the temporary nature of their partnership also serves as a reminder that such balance requires continual awareness. The moment one side shifts, even subtly, the harmony can begin to change. As their companionship continued, other gods observed this alignment with interest. Artemis, though independent, was part of a divine family whose members often took an active interest in her movements and decisions. Apollo, her twin brother, appears in later versions of the myth as an observer whose concerns shape the unfolding events. Whether motivated by protectiveness, principle, or rivalry, his role underscores the interconnectedness of divine relationships and the influence they exerted on interactions between gods and mortals. This external attention forms the earliest hint of the shift that will eventually take place. In mythic narratives, the presence of another god often signals a change in direction, not through conflict, but through a redirection of circumstances. Apollo's involvement in later chapters of Orion's story reflects this pattern. While the harmony between Orion and Artemis remains steady in this portion of the tale, the structure of myth anticipates the movement toward the next phase, one shaped by misunderstanding, intervention, or the natural progression of fate. For now, though, the story rests in this quiet stretch of companionship. The forests remain serene, the plains untroubled, and the rhythms of the hunt continue with balanced precision. Orion, once cast into darkness, walks once more through a world of clarity, guided not by necessity, but by shared purpose. Artemis, steadfast in her guardianship of the wild, allows his presence beside her, recognizing in him a figure who understands the equilibrium she works to preserve. This calm chapter, marked by harmony and subtle tension, prepares the way for the turning point ahead. In the next part of the story, the narrative shifts toward the moment when this balance begins to change, leading Orion toward the horizon of his mortal life and into the myths that would ultimately place him among the stars. The harmony between Orion and Artemis, though genuine and enduring for a time, existed within the quiet awareness that all relationships between mortals and immortals were inherently delicate. Greek myth often treats such periods of balance as interludes, moments set gently between larger movements of fate. The story now shifts into the beginning of that larger movement. Nothing abrupt occurs. No sudden event interrupts the rhythm of their days. Yet the atmosphere begins to change with the same subtlety that marks the shift from late summer toward early autumn. Light remains warm, winds remain calm, but something in the character of the landscape hints that a new season approaches. Orion's presence beside Artemis had always been extraordinary. For a mortal, or a being born of divine and human lineage, to hunt alongside a goddess of such independence and purity was significant. It reflected the meeting of two forms of mastery, two ways of moving through the wilderness with grace and intention. Yet the natural world, as imagined by the Greeks, contained boundaries as much as expanses. While Artemis roamed freely across plains and mountains, her role as a goddess was circumscribed by divine expectations and the responsibilities that shaped her nature. Mortals, however gifted, could not fully enter the constancy that defined her existence. It is in this quiet space between a possibility and limitation that the earliest hints of tension appear. The myths describe no quarrel, no disagreement, and no visible sign of disruption. Instead, the shift arises from the simple fact that mortals and immortals do not move through time in the same way. For Artemis, the companionship of Orion was one among many episodes in her timeless existence. For Orion, it became a defining chapter of his life, marked by renewed purpose and harmony following the hardship of his blinding. Some ancient accounts suggest that Orion's confidence, restored by his healing and strengthened through his bond with Artemis, began to expand again. Confidence in Greek myth is not presented as inherently problematic, yet it carries within it the potential for imbalance when brought into proximity with the divine. A hunter of Orion's stature might naturally begin to feel at home within Artemis's circle, yet doing so risked crossing boundaries that were not always visible. Greek stories often highlight this tension. The line between companionship and overfamiliarity is faint, and its crossing is rarely intentional. Later, retellings, shaped by the moral and social concerns of their eras, introduce interpretations that emphasize this potential imbalance more clearly. Some portray Orion as making promises or expressing intentions that imply overreach. Earlier, more neutral traditions do not specify the cause of the shift. They allow the change to remain atmospheric, arising not from a single act, but from the inevitable divergence of mortal and divine trajectories. This approach reflects the older Greek storytelling style in which fate does not always hinge on overt choices, but unfolds from the character of the cosmos itself. Meanwhile, the presence of Apollo, or rather the attention he gives to his sister's companionship with Orion, begins to shape the mythic landscape. Apollo and Artemis, though distinct in their domains, were often portrayed as deeply connected, their identities intertwined in ways that symbolized balance between masculine and feminine, order and wilderness, sunlight and moonlight. Apollo's awareness of Artemis's movements reflects this connection. His role in Greek myth frequently involves guardianship, observation, and an insistence on maintaining boundaries between divine and mortal realms. Some versions of the tradition present Apollo as concerned about the closeness between Artemis and Orion. His motivations are never described in emotional terms. Rather, they arise from the structural expectations placed upon the gods. Artemis's independence, her purity, and her devotion to the wilderness were qualities the ancient Greeks viewed as essential to her identity. A mortal companion, even one of great restraint and skill, might be seen by her divine kin as a potential disruption to the constancy she represented. The myth does not describe Apollo intervening directly at this stage. Instead, his presence lingers in the background, a reminder that the actions of gods often influence events, even when they remain unseen. In Greek storytelling, the involvement of another deity frequently signals the movement toward a turning point. The balance that Artemis and Orion share, though harmonious, becomes more fragile under the quiet scrutiny of the divine order. As the story continues, the landscape itself becomes a canvas for the shifting atmosphere. The forests and coastal plains where Artemis and Orion once moved freely now carry a sense of transition. Greek poets sometimes describe this phase as though the land were waiting. Animals move with their usual calm, yet the patterns of their behavior reflect the subtle changes in season. Even the light, soft and serene, begins to draw longer shadows. Myth often imbues nature with the moods of the narrative, allowing the environment to reflect the impending shift. In these moments, Orion remains unaware of the change surrounding him. His movements through the wilderness, shaped by years of practice, continue with calm precision. He tracks animals not with urgency, but with quiet attention, embodying the more reflective hunter he has become. The subtle movement of Artemis through the landscape mirrors his own. Yet between them, something begins to feel less permanent, not through emotion or conflict, but through the quiet intuition that the shared path may be nearing its natural conclusion. Greek myth rarely presents fate as dramatic or abrupt. Instead, it portrays it as a gentle, steady force, moving characters toward their destined chapters with the same inevitability that guides the sun across the sky or the moon through its phases. Orion's story follows this pattern. The harmony he finds with Artemis, though profound, carries within it the seeds of transition. The presence of another god, the boundaries between mortal and immortal, and the natural rhythms of mythic time all converge to create the conditions for change. The tension that begins to form remains understated. The story does not dwell on disagreements or missteps. Instead, it invites reflection on how relationships, especially those involving divine figures, evolve not through abrupt turns, but through gentle shifts. Myth emphasizes the idea that mortals, even those of great strength and resilience, cannot remain indefinitely within divine circles. Their journeys, rich with growth and experience, must eventually return to the broader cycles of human existence. Orion's next steps will lead him into a phase where this transition becomes clearer. Some traditions describe a moment of unwitting boast, others an act interpreted through the lens of divine concern, and still others a simple shift in fate that requires no stated cause. Regardless of the version, the effect is the same. The harmony that shaped his time with Artemis begins to move toward its natural endpoint. For now, though, the story remains balanced on this threshold. The forests are still quiet. The rhythms of the hunt continue with grace. The companionship between goddess and hunter remains unbroken, even as the forces that will guide their paths apart begin to gather. In the next part of the story, these forces will come into clearer focus, guiding Orion toward the horizon of his mortal life and setting the stage for the events that will ultimately place him among the constellations. As Orion's life entered this new phase, the ancient storytellers describe a gradual widening of his reputation across the scattered islands and distant coasts of the Greek world. The regions he once visited in solitude now held memories of his presence, memories carried by travelers, fishermen, and those who crossed the sea at the shifting edges of dawn. His time with Artemis had refined his skills, expanded his understanding of the wilderness, and instilled in him a deeper sense of rhythm within nature. These qualities began to draw notice far beyond the places where he walked. In the world of early Greek myth, reputation was not the noisy, boastful thing it would sometimes become in later retellings. It moved like a tide, quietly but steadily. A hunter of great ability might be spoken of not in excitement, but in reverent tones, as though describing a natural marvel. Orion became one of those figures, someone whose presence shaped stories even when he was far away from the communities that repeated them. This growing renown marked the beginning of a shift. What had once been a life defined by isolation and wanderings now expanded into one shaped by the awareness of others. Companionship with Artemis had shown Orion the possibility of harmony within the wilderness. Fame showed him the complexity that arose when mortal achievement became entwined with expectation. Some ancient sources hint that Orion began to accept praise with a calm confidence shaped by years of hardship and recovery. Others imply that he may have spoken somewhere along the way about the extent of his abilities, words that, whether modest or ambitious, took on greater weight when carried across regions where stories often expanded with the telling. Greek myth rarely relies on a single version. Instead, it presents several possibilities, each subtle and restrained, reflecting the hazy atmosphere in which oral traditions grew. What remains consistent across these variations is the shift itself. Orion's identity, once grounded entirely in personal skill and inner resilience, now became something interpreted by others. For someone of his stature, such interpretation could easily be transformed into expectation, admiration, or concern. It is within this atmospheric change that the earliest tensions surrounding his fate take shape. During this period, Artemis continued her quiet movement through the wilderness, maintaining her timeless pattern of guiding the young, tending to wild spaces, and moving with the moon's cycles. Her companionship with Orion remained steady, yet it occupied a smaller portion of her existence as divine responsibilities called her to other regions. This shift was natural and expected. Goddesses did not remain in any single place, nor did they form attachments defined by permanence. Their presence was enduring but fluid, shaping the world in ways mortals could experience yet never fully share. Orion, shaped by mortal time, could not experience this fluidity in the same way. To him, the bond with Artemis had been a moment of profound transformation. Once restored from blindness and welcomed into the goddess's circle, he had moved through the landscape with a renewed inner steadiness. But as Artemis's movements brought her into new cycles and new regions, Orion's path began to diverge from hers, not abruptly, not through conflict, but through the gradual unfolding of their differing natures. This divergence left Orion increasingly among the human world once more. He traveled through territories where communities depended on hunting, fishing, and agriculture, offering his skills as needed. In some regions, he simply observed the land with quiet attention, mapping its patterns and understanding its seasons. In others, he assisted with tasks such as protecting herds from wild animals or identifying safe routes through dense forests. His presence was steady and calm, characterized by the thoughtful restraint that had become central to his identity. As his interactions with mortals increased, so too did the stories surrounding him. Some communities described him as a wanderer blessed by Artemis. Others portrayed him as a figure touched by both hardship and healing. A few traditions, later and shaped by moral reflection, attached bolder claims to his name, suggesting he expressed an intention to clear regions of dangerous creatures or to master landscapes that others feared. Whether these claims reflect historical memory, local interpretation, or the gradual transformation of oral tradition remains uncertain. What does remain clear is that such stories, once they began to circulate, reached the ears of the gods, not always directly, but through the natural movement of mythic knowledge. Apollo, already attentive to the companionship between Artemis and Orion, began to take stronger interest in the hunter's expanding reputation. His concerns are presented differently across sources. Some portray him as acting in protection of divine order, wary of mortals who grow too prominent within spheres reserved for the gods. Others interpret his role as that of a sibling who sought to preserve Artemis's independence and purity, central elements of her mythic identity. The myths do not describe Apollo's concerns as emotional or dramatic. They unfold with the same quiet inevitability that shapes the rest of Orion's story. A god observing the growing fame of a mortal associated with his sister might simply feel compelled to maintain boundaries. Boundaries that, in ancient cosmology, were not personal but structural, part of the natural order of divine and mortal worlds. At this stage, nothing decisive occurs. Instead, the narrative enters a contemplative moment in which paths begin to converge, though still at a distance. Orion continues his journeys. Artemis continues her cycles. Apollo continues his observation. Nature mirrors this growing tension, not through storms or disruptions, but through subtle shifts. The lengthening of shadows at dusk, the quiet stillness of forests at midday, the way animals move cautiously through changing seasons. Greek storytelling often uses nature to signal approaching intersections of fate. In Orion's myth, the environment serves as a quiet backdrop that carries meanings the characters themselves may not yet perceive. Winds grow softer, but less predictable. Migratory birds depart earlier or linger unexpectedly. The seas, still calm, reflect the sky with a depth that suggests waiting rather than rest. It is in this setting that Orion's confidence, so long a product of skill and experience, begins to play a more prominent role, not as boastfulness, but as the natural certainty of someone who has overcome hardship and regained mastery. This rising certainty, when observed by mortals, might be admired. When observed by gods, it might signal the beginning of a shift toward boundaries they feel obliged to restore. This stage of Orion's life is marked not by action, but by atmosphere. It is a transitional moment that prepares the myth for its next phase, in which the paths of gods and mortals will cross more directly. Yet the movement toward that phase remains gentle and steady, without conflict or confrontation. Instead, the story breathes in the open spaces between mortal achievement and divine guardianship. As this part of the narrative concludes, Orion's path remains broad and untroubled, though influenced by the quiet forces gathering around him. The wilderness is still vast. The coastlines remain serene. The sky above carries no sign of the constellation he will one day become. Instead, it holds the soft expanse of possibility within which the next chapters of his journey will unfold, bringing him closer to the turning point that will shape his place in the heavens for millennia to come. In the long span of Orion's wandering life, there are phases marked by motion and phases marked by quiet convergence. This chapter belongs to the latter. Nothing dramatic rises from the landscape, yet several currents, human, divine, and natural, begin moving toward the center of Orion's path with the slow, measured certainty that characterizes many Greek myths. The ancient storytellers walk softly through this portion of the narrative, allowing the subtle alignment of events to emerge more through atmosphere than action. Orion's travels had brought him across a wide range of territories. Some were mountainous regions where isolated communities lived in close relation to the land. Others were coastal settlements shaped by fishing seasons and maritime routes. In each of these places, Orion's presence remained consistent. A calm and capable hunter whose knowledge of terrain and patterns of nature made him valuable to those who moved through uncertain environments. His reputation continued to widen, though it did so without urgency, following the rhythm of oral tradition as it passed from village to village. As his name traveled, it began to take on qualities shaped by each region's unique relationship with wilderness. In some accounts, Orion became known as a guardian of sorts, someone who could identify stable paths through forests or warn of seasonal dangers. In others, he was simply remembered as a quiet visitor who offered guidance without seeking reward. This diversity of portrayal reflects the way early Greek mythology grew, not through unified texts, but through layers of memory shaped by the experiences of those who retold the stories. Meanwhile, Artemis continued her movements across the landscapes she protected. Her domains stretched far beyond any single region, encompassing forests on the mainland, wooded islands across the Aegean, and high mountain plateaus where only the hardiest plants grew. Her identity, defined by independence and a profound connection with wild nature, remained unchanged. Though she had spent meaningful time with Orion, her responsibilities required constant motion. For Artemis, companionship was always temporary, carried lightly across the surface of divine eternity. This natural divergence between goddess and hunter formed part of the quiet shift underlying Orion's fate. While Artemis moved through cycles defined by moonlight and mythic duty, Orion moved through a path shaped by mortal time and the expanding echoes of his reputation. The harmony they once shared had not diminished, yet it now belonged to memory as much as to the present. The ancient Greeks viewed such divergences as natural. Mortal and immortal lives might cross for a moment of significance, but their long-term trajectories tended to separate as each returned to the realm appropriate to their nature. The myth does not mark this as loss or conflict. Instead, it presents it as an expected transition, much like the gradual turning of seasons. It is during this period of gentle divergence that Apollo's presence becomes more pronounced. Though still unseen in the narrative, his attention begins to shape the unfolding path. As Artemis's twin and a god associated with order, clarity, and boundaries, Apollo often took interest in matters where mortal prominence intersected with divine spheres. His role in Orion's story varies across sources, yet most emphasize his position not as an antagonist, but as a guardian of cosmic balance. Apollo would have viewed Orion's rising fame with the keen awareness of a deity whose domain included prophecy and insight. Stories of mortals whose abilities or reputations expanded too rapidly were not uncommon in Greek tradition. Whether or not Orion displayed any form of overconfidence is uncertain. The sources differ. Some describe him as modest, others as bold, and a few attribute to him statements that may be the result of later moralizing interpretations. Regardless of the specifics, Apollo's growing concern reflects a broader theme in mythology: the need to maintain distinction between divine and mortal realms. As Apollo's attention turned toward Orion, the natural world mirrored this shift in ways characteristic of myth. Greek storytellers often allow the environment to act as a silent participant in the narrative, reflecting the mood or direction of events. During this period, the atmosphere surrounding Orion becomes subtly more still. Forests retain their familiar shape, yet there is a soft sense of waiting in the air. Migration patterns of birds, the behaviors of animals, and even the quality of light during certain hours all take on a quiet significance, as though nature itself were adjusting to the approach of important developments. Within this atmosphere, Orion continued to travel, relying on the deep connection he had cultivated with the natural world. He moved at a steady pace, observing changes in the environment with practiced calm. His experiences with hardship, healing, and companionship had given him a clarity of perception that few mortals possessed. Yet even someone as perceptive as Orion could not sense the mythic currents moving around him. The subtlety of these forces lay beyond mortal understanding, belonging instead to the realm of divine influence and cosmic balance. During his journeys, Orion encountered communities preparing for seasonal transitions. Fishermen adjusted their routines based on winds and tides. Farmers harvested late-season crops or prepared soil for planting. Shepherds watched their flocks with increased attentiveness as weather patterns shifted. Orion's assistance during these periods was often practical and grounded. He helped identify safe grazing grounds, tracked the presence of dangerous animals, and advised on routes that would remain passable despite impending weather changes. This involvement with human communities reinforced his place within the mortal world, even as his connection to Artemis had set him apart from it. On one hand, he possessed experience, resilience, and a quiet strength that made him admirable. On the other, he remained subject to the limitations and expectations placed upon all mortals who operated within the boundaries of the divine order. The convergence of these elements, the admiration of mortals, the watchfulness of gods, and the natural rhythms of the environment began to form the background against which Orion's next stage would unfold. Myth does not treat this convergence as dramatic or sudden. Instead, it presents it as a slow, organic alignment, shaped by the inherent nature of each participant in the story. The gods observed, mortals remembered, the land waited. By this point in the narrative, the threads of Orion's journey had reached a moment of equilibrium. His relationship with Artemis had transitioned from companionship to memory, preserved in the calm respect that now defined their separate paths. His reputation among mortals had grown to its widest extent, shaped by the stories passed from coast to coast. Apollo's awareness had deepened into intention, though not yet into action. And the wilderness through which Orion traveled carried subtle signs of the changes to come. In Greek storytelling, fate often reveals itself, not through proclamations, but through the quiet alignment of circumstances. Orion now stood within such an alignment, though he continued his life with the same steady pace that had guided him from youth onward. The next phase of his story, whether driven by divine intervention, mortal misinterpretation, or the natural unfolding of mythic balance, would emerge from these converging forces. For now, the narrative remains in this moment of poised stillness, the calm before the next movement of the myth. The land rests, the sky remains unchanged, and Orion continues forward, unaware that the conditions shaping his destiny have quietly gathered around him, preparing to guide him toward the turning point that ancient storytellers remembered for generations. As Orion continued his patient journey across the varied landscapes of the Greek world, the quiet convergence of forces surrounding him drew a little closer, though nothing in his outward life suggested any approaching shift. The forests still welcomed him with their familiar scents of pine and earth. The coastlines still stretched in long, soft arcs of sand and rock. The winds carried the same gentle cadence they had held through much of his wandering life. Yet within this deep quiet, something subtle began to change, something that would, in time, alter the course of his story. By now, Orion's presence in many regions had created a sense of recognition among those who lived near wild spaces. A hunter of his ability naturally invited admiration, but he had never sought it. His life had been shaped more by experience than by desire for acknowledgement. Still, reputation has its own momentum. Even the calmest figure can become the subject of larger stories as memory blends with imagination. It is within this environment of growing legend that one of the oldest and most significant variations in Orion's myth takes root. Some traditions quietly introduce the idea of a statement, or perhaps a moment of confidence, that slipped beyond the boundaries expected of mortals. Whether the statement was made by Orion himself, or merely attributed to him by those who repeated his name across distant coasts, the effect within the myth would become the same. Certain early poets describe Orion declaring that he could conquer any creature upon the earth, no matter how formidable. Others interpret this claim not as aggressive ambition, but as a reflection of his unparalleled skill, a broad observation made without pride, yet received by others as a declaration of mastery. Some sources soften this even further, suggesting the words emerged from listeners rather than from Orion, spoken in admiration rather than boast. But myth is shaped not only by intention, it is shaped by the meanings that coalesce around a story as it travels. In a world where gods watched over the natural balance, such a claim, spoken or implied, carried weight. It extended beyond personal confidence and touched upon the domain of the divine. Artemis herself did not intervene. Such a statement, if she heard it, would not necessarily concern her, for she valued skill and discipline more than humility. But Apollo, already attentive to Orion's expanding reputation, viewed these developments through a different lens. The ancient Greeks understood Apollo as a guardian of proportion and a maintainer of cosmic order. His role often involved ensuring that mortals did not exceed boundaries meant to preserve balance between human and divine realms. Thus, whether Orion had truly spoken boldly or whether others placed those words upon him, the mere impression that he had claimed mastery over all creatures would have been enough to reach Apollo's awareness. In this period of the myth, Apollo's concern does not manifest in direct action. Instead, it grows quietly, held within divine contemplation. Greek mythology rarely attributes emotional impulses to Apollo in these circumstances. His interest would not stem from jealousy or rivalry, but from the broader principle that mortals, even those touched by divine companionship, must remain within the structures that define human existence. Orion, through reputation more than deed, seemed to be drifting toward the edges of those structures. Meanwhile, Orion remained unaware of these shifting interpretations of his identity. His daily life preserved its familiar calm. He moved through valleys where grasses bent gently in the wind, examined tracks in soft earth, and noted subtle changes in animal behavior as seasons edged toward cooler months. His ability to read the land had deepened over the years, shaped by hardship, guidance from Artemis, and his own reflective nature. He continued to assist communities in practical, grounded ways. If storms threatened coastal settlements, he advised on safe harboring of boats. If wild animals began to encroach upon fields, he worked with villagers to choose safer routes for herding. In doing these things, he remained steady and restrained, showing no signs of the ambition later retellings sometimes attribute to him. It is precisely this contrast, the calmness of his actions and the increasing complexity of his reputation, that gives this period of the myth its quiet tension. Greek storytelling often balances internal steadiness against external forces. A character may remain grounded, yet the world around them begins to gather meanings they did not intend. This principle shapes many mythic narratives, and it shapes Orion's story with characteristic subtlety. As months passed, the territories through which he traveled gradually shifted in tone. In some places, people greeted him with gratitude, shaped by memory of his past assistance. In others, whispers of his remarkable abilities preceded him, bringing expectation where there had once been curiosity. Occasionally, these whispers carried softened versions of the claim attributed to him, that no creature could elude him, that no threat within the natural world lay beyond his reach. Even if spoken admiringly, such statements formed the soil in which bolder interpretations could grow. Nature continued to mirror these developments in quiet ways. The forests he entered seemed slightly more still, not in warning, but in contemplation. Migratory birds flew in precise formations, marking the passage of time. Nights lengthened, stretching shadows across the ground in patterns that shifted with each phase of the moon. The seas, though mostly calm, developed brief moments of unusual clarity, reflecting depth and movement in ways that hinted at a world preparing for transition. Amid these subtle changes, Orion's relationship with Artemis settled fully into memory. There was no estrangement or loss between them. Rather, their paths had naturally diverged in the way mortal and divine paths often do. Artemis moved through her cycles with familiar grace, guiding the young and tending to the wilderness. Orion moved through the landscapes of mortals, shaped now as much by human memory as by personal action. In Greek myth, such a moment, where the mortal continues in calm while divine attentiveness increases, often precedes a turning point, yet the story remains unhurried. The ancient storytellers describe this period with a sense of suspended stillness, allowing the convergence of mortal reputation and divine concern to take firm but gentle shape. The claim attributed to Orion, whether spoken or imagined, now lingered in the mythic atmosphere. Apollo, shaped by his commitment to order, carried that knowledge quietly. Artemis, continuing her duties, did not appear concerned. Orion himself remained steady, contemplating the land rather than the stories forming around him. Thus, the groundwork for the next movement in the myth was laid not through action, but through interpretation. Reputation, divine observation, and the natural order had begun to align. Slowly, softly, inevitably. Soon, this alignment would lead to the moment upon which the myth turns, a moment that would remain in stories for generations, ultimately guiding Orion toward the path of transformation that would lift him into the night sky. For now, the world rests in this quiet tension, its elements gathered, but not yet released. Orion walks calmly through the wilderness, unaware that the soft murmur of his name, carried across the Aegean winds, has begun to carry meanings that will shape the next chapter of his ancient story. As Orion's reputation continued to drift through the islands and coasts of the ancient world, another quiet shift unfolded far from the places he walked. Artemis, whose companionship had once shaped the center of his life, continued her cycles with a steady rhythm that belonged only to the divine. She moved through the wilderness in her own timeless pattern, guiding the young, tending to sacred groves, and preserving the balance of the natural world. For her, eternity held an unbroken flow. For Orion, time was beginning to gather itself into a shape that would soon reveal its final direction. The divergence of their paths had not come through conflict or distance of heart. Rather, it arose from the simple truth that immortality and mortal existence follow different currents. Artemis's connection to Orion had been significant, yet not central to her identity. Gods do not experience attachment as mortals do. Their bonds are held lightly, without the weight of time pressing upon them. Orion, however, had carried that bond as a defining moment, one that shaped his movements long after their companionship transitioned into memory. This natural separation created an opening in which the myth could take its next step. With Artemis following the wide arc of divine duty and Orion walking among the landscapes of mortals, the stage was set for new interactions to arise. Greek myth often unfolds in this pattern. Harmony shapes the early chapters, divergence sets the middle, and the quiet gathering of external forces creates the final movement. At this point in the story, Orion found himself entering regions where the wilderness opened into long plains washed by shifting light. These plains differed from the dense forests he had once roamed. Their openness offered fewer places for shadows to gather and allowed vast stretches of sky to dominate the view. Such landscapes encouraged reflection. With the horizon always visible, the mind naturally turned toward broader thoughts, history, purpose, and the delicate line between personal strength and the forces that shape all living beings. Orion traveled across these plains with steady intention. His steps remained measured, guided by the patience he had learned through hardship and renewal. He observed animal tracks, weather patterns, and the movement of clouds with the same care he had always shown. Yet beneath his calm exterior lay a quiet shift. For the first time, he was becoming aware not of danger, but of attention. Villages along the plains held stories of his abilities, shaped by admiration and awe. Some described him as a figure blessed by Artemis, a reminder of the goddess's presence within the world. Others portrayed him as a traveler who had overcome blindness through perseverance and divine assistance. A few, older in tone and more cautious in nature, spoke of the claim attributed to him, the idea that he could overcome any creature upon the earth. Such stories created an atmosphere in which Orion felt both welcomed and watched. Not watched in a threatening sense, but observed as one might observe a figure whose actions seemed destined to hold meaning. Long ago, he had walked through worlds in which no one knew his name. Now, even in regions far from his earlier travels, people recognized him through stories alone. This awareness naturally altered his internal landscape. It did not affect his humility or his actions, but it created a subtle sense of responsibility. With recognition came expectation. With expectation came the possibility of misunderstanding. Orion remained grounded in his own understanding of the natural world, yet he could not control the interpretations that surrounded him. At the same time, Apollo's quiet concern deepened. Though he did not intervene directly, his awareness shaped the mythic tension that now permeated the edges of the story. Apollo, guardian of rational order and boundary, would not necessarily act out of personal feeling. Instead, he served the structure of the cosmos as the Greeks understood it. Mortals could be remarkable, but when their paths approached the sphere of divine identity too closely, the gods often felt compelled to re-establish balance. The claim attributed to Orion, whether spoken by him, by others, or not at all, had become the focal point of Apollo's contemplation. Myths do not require certainty in such matters. It is enough for an idea to exist in the atmosphere. Once it exists, it becomes part of the story's movement, influencing the actions of gods and shaping the perception of mortals. The plains across which Orion traveled now felt quieter in a different sense. The land did not change its shape, yet its stillness held a quality of pause, as though the world observed Orion alongside the people who had spoken his name. In Greek mythic sensibility, landscapes often take on reflective qualities during turning points, mirroring what the characters themselves cannot yet perceive. Orion, unaware of the larger forces surrounding him, continued his steady path. His routine remained grounded in the practical patterns that had always defined his life. He hunted not for display, but for sustenance. He studied the environment not for dominance, but for harmony. His connection to the land had become one of mutual recognition. The earth offered signs. He read them, and together they formed a consistent rhythm. Yet even within this grounded life, there were subtle indicators that the world around him was preparing for change. The migration of animals shifted earlier than usual. Winds carried unfamiliar scents that hinted at distant seasonal transitions. The stars, though unchanged, seemed to rest lower in the sky, a symbolic gesture rather than a literal shift. These details belong to the language of myth, where nature quietly expresses the movements that characters cannot yet see. Meanwhile, among the divine, a more significant shift was underway. Artemis, far away in her own cycle, felt no tension. She had not turned from Orion. She had simply returned to her eternal pattern. Apollo, however, stood on the threshold of decision. His role in the myth does not require emotion. It requires recognition of imbalance, or even potential imbalance. And so, as stories of Orion's capabilities drifted upward like distant echoes, Apollo prepared to intervene in a manner consistent with his divine identity. This preparation was subtle, not sudden. Gods do not move quickly unless the story demands it. Instead, the myth describes Apollo's awareness deepening like the slow accumulation of light at dawn, gradual, steady, and certain. He had not yet taken action, but the conditions for action were nearly complete. In myths, such conditions often include not only divine intention, but also the alignment of circumstance. Orion now walked within open landscapes where visibility was greater, where distances could be measured in clear lines, and where the symbolic boundaries between earth and sky seemed thinner. This openness would soon become significant, though for now it simply shaped the calm beauty of his surroundings. The final element in this convergence was time itself. The moment had arrived when reputation, landscape, divine concern, and mortal motion all lay poised on the same plane. None of these elements carried urgency, Yet together, they formed the quiet framework within which the next chapter of Orion's story would unfold. For now, he remained at peace on the plains, walking beneath a vast sky that held no sign of the constellation he would one day become. The world around him rested in its calm, though the currents beneath its surface had begun to shift. Soon, those currents would rise into view, guiding Orion toward the moment remembered in myth, not for its drama, but for the transformation that would ultimately carry his form into the stars. The wide plains through which Orion traveled eventually gave way to coastlines, where the land met the sea in long, unbroken arcs of pale sand. These shores lay far from the dense forests he once knew, and even farther from the regions where Artemis walked in her quiet, moonlit cycles. Here, the world opened outward, stretching into the vast, reflective waters of the Aegean. The openness of this landscape created a sense of stillness, unlike any he had known before, expansive, serene, and touched by the softness of distant horizons. Orion entered this region with the same steady presence that had defined his life since his healing. He observed the coastline with calm attentiveness, noting the shifting tides, the patterns of waves, and the long shadows cast by cliffs rising gently along certain stretches of the shore. Coastal winds moved with a cool rhythm, carrying scents of salt, seaweed, and distant islands. For Orion, this environment offered both familiarity, rooted in his early travels by sea, and renewal, shaped by the contemplative silence of the waters. During this time, the stories surrounding him continued their quiet spread. Communities along the coast repeated the same variations that had carried across inland regions. Some spoke reverently of his heightened skill. Others described him as a wanderer with a history touched by divine presence. A few carried the idea that he possessed unmatched mastery over the creatures of the earth, an idea softened by admiration in some places and sharpened by caution in others. Whether spoken gently or boldly, these interpretations travelled as steadily as the winds that crossed the Aegean. In their ascent through the layers of mythic awareness, these stories eventually reached Apollo's attention with clearer shape. For some time, the god had observed the gradual expansion of Orion's reputation. Now, with the claim about his abilities circulating widely enough to influence the mortal world, Apollo began to contemplate the need for intervention. His motivations, as described in ancient traditions, did not arise from emotion. They were rooted in his responsibility for maintaining order and proportion, ensuring that mortals, no matter how gifted, remained within boundaries that preserved the balance between human and divine realms. In myths, divine decisions rarely manifest as sudden choices. Instead, they appear as the natural culmination of observation, reflection, and an understanding of cosmic harmony. Apollo had allowed Orion's story to unfold without interference for a considerable time. But now, the claim attributed to the hunter, whether spoken by him or not, had reached a point where it touched upon the edges of divine identity itself. To assert mastery over every creature could be interpreted in mythic terms as approaching the domain of the gods who shaped and governed those creatures. Thus began the quiet formulation of a test. Myth does not present this test as punishment or hostility. Instead, it describes it as an act shaped by divine principle, the need to determine the truth of a claim, and to restore balance if that claim extended beyond mortal boundaries. Apollo, skilled in both deception and revelation when circumstances required, chose a method that would reveal the nature of Orion's abilities, while also clarifying the boundaries between mortal and immortal realms. The coastal region where Orion travelled provided a natural setting for such a test. The open waters created distance and reflection. The long, unbroken lines of the horizon mirrored the clarity favoured by Apollo, and the presence of Artemis, though not immediate, remained symbolically tied to the landscape, for she often crossed these regions during her migrations between mainland and island territories. The myth now centres on a moment in which Artemis and Apollo find themselves near the same coastline, their paths converging not by chance, but by the natural rhythm of their divine cycles. Artemis, returning from a long journey across mountainous regions, moved with her characteristic calm, carrying the serene independence that shaped her identity. Apollo, arriving from another direction, greeted her with the familiarity of a twin whose bond existed beyond time. Their meeting took place near a stretch of shore where waves moved with soft persistence, leaving thin trails of foam that dissolved into the sand. The atmosphere held the quiet clarity of early afternoon, bright but gentle, with the sun suspended overhead in a steady arc. Apollo, aware that Artemis was both a master of the bow and a goddess whose decisions were shaped by purity and precision, recognized that she would respond to a challenge framed not in emotion, but in skill. In many myths, the gods test one another, not through conflict, but through displays of mastery that reflect their domains. Apollo, god of clarity and distance, selected a test that involved both. He pointed toward the water, where a distant shape moved across the surface, small, dark, and nearly indistinguishable against the shimmering reflection of sunlight. At this stage of the myth, the traditions vary. Some describe the shape as a creature, others simply as a faraway target. Older versions leave it undefined, emphasizing distance rather than identity. What remains consistent is the idea that the object was barely visible, positioned at the very limits of perception. Apollo, with calm detachment, suggested that Artemis test her skill by striking the distant target. The suggestion was not framed as competition, but as an invitation to precision, a quality that defined her nature and her role as a goddess of the hunt. Artemis, accustomed to such displays of mastery, accepted with quiet confidence, unaware that the target was Orion, walking along the shore or swimming in the shallows, depending on the version of the myth. This moment stands as one of the most contemplative in Greek mythology, not because of drama, but because of its stillness. Artemis raised her bow with calm focus. The coastline held its breath in silence. The sea shimmered with light. The distant figure, unaware, unobtrusive part of the landscape, continued on its path. Artemis released the arrow. The myths do not dwell on the moment that followed. They do not describe it in detail. Instead, they treat it with restraint, preserving the solemnity of the event without imparting graphic or emotional intensity. The arrow travelled across the water with the precision of a goddess whose skill had no equal. It struck its target. Only afterward did Artemis learn that the distant figure had been Orion. This is the turning point of his story, a quiet, distant, almost abstract moment in which fate, reputation, divine responsibility, and the complex bond between mortals and gods converge. The myths emphasize the absence of malice and the quiet nature of the event. No conflict occurred. No anger shaped the outcome. The forces that guided the moment arose from cosmic order, not personal intent. Orion, whose life had been shaped by motion, skill, reflection, and resilience, now entered the phase of his myth that would lead to transformation rather than continued wandering. His story would not end in the manner of mortals alone. Instead, it would shift toward a form of remembrance woven into the fabric of the sky. For now, the myth pauses here, upon the gentle coast, beneath the calm afternoon light, with the arrow's path already completed and the sea returning to its quiet rhythms. The next chapter will carry Orion toward the legacy for which he is now most widely known, a legacy not rooted in tragedy, but in the serenity of starlight and the enduring memory of ancient Greece. Along the quiet coastline where Artemis's arrow had flown across the water, the world slowly returned to its natural rhythm. Waves continued their measured rise and fall. Wind traced soft spirals across the surface of the sea. Nothing in the landscape seemed altered, for nature, within Greek mythic sensibility, often absorbs even the most significant events with calm neutrality. Yet beneath that surface calm, an important shift had begun. It unfolded not as a shock or disruption, but as a stillness so deep that it carried its own quiet weight. Artemis, whose mastery with the bow was unrivaled, saw her arrow strike the distant object with the precision she had expected. It was only after the act was complete, after the string had relaxed, after her hand lowered, after the silence settled fully, that awareness began to move gently toward her. It came not in a sudden revelation, but as a gradual recognition, like the slow brightening of dawn when the first hint of light touches the horizon long before the sun appears. Myth depicts this awakening of understanding with great restraint. Artemis does not cry out, nor does she react with the turmoil of mortals. Instead, a serene but solemn quiet fills her. In some ancient accounts, Apollo reveals the truth with calm clarity, allowing Artemis to understand the nature of what has occurred. In others, Artemis perceives the truth herself, guided by instinct, intuition, or the subtle cues of the landscape. The myths do not describe a confrontation or an argument. Such scenes belong to later, more dramatized storytelling. In early tradition, the gods move through events with an awareness shaped by duty, order, and the unchanging structure of the cosmos. Apollo, for his part, remains poised in the soft light of the shoreline. His involvement in the event, an involvement shaped by principle rather than emotion, does not require triumph nor regret. Greek myth rarely attributes complex personal motives to the gods in stories of cosmic balance. Instead, it highlights the roles they inhabit. Apollo had acted according to his domain, guided by clarity, order, and the need to resolve the growing tension between mortal fame and divine boundaries. Artemis, looking out across the water, now felt the stillness of the moment deepen. In myth, she is known for compassion toward those who show reverence for nature and for her own divine presence. The bond she once shared with Orion had been one of respect, mutual understanding, and aligned purpose. She now stood at the threshold of acknowledging that the distant figure she had struck was the very hunter who had once walked beside her through forests, across valleys, and into the quiet heart of the wilderness. The myths treat this recognition with great subtlety. They do not dwell on emotion, nor do they portray Artemis in a state of grief as mortals might understand it. Instead, they describe her response as contemplative and solemn. an acknowledgement of an event that had arisen from the natural currents of fate. Artemis, whose identity is shaped by the wilderness and by the cycles of nature, responds in a way consistent with those attributes. Nature unfolds events without pause, without reversal, without excess. So too does Artemis move through this moment. She turns from the water with calm intention. Her steps lead her along the shoreline to where Orion's body has drifted or washed upon the sands, depending on the tradition. The myths provide no description beyond this simple movement. They do not dwell on appearance, nor do they impose emotion where early storytellers offered only quiet reverence. The emphasis remains on the atmosphere, the sound of the sea, the long reach of the horizon, the soft light settling upon the land. When Artemis reaches Orion, she does not speak, for myth rarely gives her words in such moments. Instead, she stands in silence, recognizing the hunter who once walked at her side and who now lies still beneath the sunlit sky. The world around them maintains its calm. Birds continue their movements. The water continues its slow advance and retreat. The land holds them both within its quiet expanse. Artemis kneels, not in sorrow, but in acknowledgement. This moment, kept understated in early tradition, reflects the solemn respect she holds for those who devoted themselves to the wilderness with clarity and discipline. Orion had lived with courage and skill. He had endured hardship with resilience. He had respected Artemis's domain with rare understanding. His life deserved remembrance. And in Greek mythology, remembrance often takes the form of transformation. Artemis's next action arises from the divine impulse to honor those who embody significant stories. In myth, gods elevate mortals to the stars when their lives hold meaning not only for themselves but for the cosmos. Such transformations preserve memory in a form that endures beyond time, visible to all who look upward. Thus, Artemis lifted her gaze to the sky. She did not call upon the heavens with words. Her presence alone was enough. In Greek cosmology, the gods act as extensions of the natural order. When Artemis sought to place Orion among the stars, the cosmos responded. Ancient accounts describe this moment with restrained beauty. The sky, bright with afternoon light, seemed to open in its ancient and infinite depth. The connection between earth and heavens, already a central theme in Orion's life, became complete. With divine intention guiding the transition, Artemis carried Orion from the realm of mortal wandering into the realm of celestial permanence. The myths describe this transformation as calm and inevitable. There is no dramatic gesture, no flash of light, no interruption of nature's rhythms. Instead, the movement is as gentle as twilight spreading across the horizon. Orion's form, so long defined by motion across landscapes, now found a new trajectory, one not bounded by earth, but extended through the vast arch of the sky. He became a constellation. Ancient Greeks looked upward and saw his outline in the stars, the raised arm, the poised stance, the suggestion of a hunter forever at rest, yet forever present. His placement in the heavens held multiple layers of meaning. It honored his skill. It preserved his memory. It marked the complex relationship between mortals and gods. And it symbolized the transition from earthly journey to eternal pattern. Artemis, having completed this act of remembrance, allowed the sky to hold Orion's story. She moved away from the shoreline with her usual grace, returning to her eternal cycles. Apollo, whose test had revealed the truth of Orion's mortal nature, remained silent. Their paths, intertwined for a moment in myth, once again diverged into the separate directions defined by their divine identities. As evening approached, the first stars emerged in the deepening sky. Among them, faint at first but gathering brightness as night took hold, appeared the new constellation, the shape of the hunter, shining with calm clarity above the world he once walked. Thus ended the earthly portion of Orion's story, and began the celestial legacy that would endure not through memory alone, but through the permanent architecture of the heavens. The next chapter of the myth will explore that legacy, tracing how his presence in the night sky shaped ancient navigation, seasonal rhythms, and the quiet awe of generations who looked upward and found in those stars the echo of an ancient life. After Artemis carried Orion into the quiet permanence of the heavens, the transformation settled into the sky with the same gentleness that characterizes twilight when it first brushes the horizon. There was no rupture in the natural order, no disturbance in the world below. Instead, the emergence of the constellation unfolded with the serenity of a pattern that had always been present, waiting only for the right moment to reveal itself. In this way, Orion's ascent into the celestial sphere became not an event of sharp transition, but a soft continuation of the path he had walked throughout his life. The ancient Greeks understood the sky as a landscape of its own, a realm where stories, seasons, and cosmic rhythms intertwined. Stars were not distant points of light, but markers of memory, shaped by the actions of gods and mortals alike. Among these countless patterns, Orion's new position held particular prominence. His form appeared on the celestial canvas with clarity, arranged in a shape that echoed the posture of a hunter, at rest yet alert, poised between motion and stillness. The three bright stars marking his belt form the core of this constellation, easily recognized even by those with little experience of stargazing. Two stars positioned above suggested the shoulders or upper frame, while others extended toward the limbs. Though the outline was stylized, as all constellations are, it carried enough familiar shape that generations could identify it across vast distances and long stretches of time. As night deepened, Orion's figure became more pronounced. The stars that composed him shimmered with steady light, neither flickering nor dimming, as though expressing the quiet resilience that had characterized his life. This new presence in the sky served several purposes, each consistent with the ways Greek myth integrates celestial forms into human experience. First, the constellation acted as a remembrance. Mortals who looked upward during certain seasons could trace the shape of Orion among the stars and recall the stories surrounding him, the strength, the skill, the journey across lands and seas, the companionship with Artemis, and the quiet shift of fate that guided him into this eternal form. Myth preserved memory through narrative. The heavens preserved it through light. Second, the constellations served as a guide. The stars of Orion's belt, nearly in a straight line and equally spaced, created a distinctive pattern visible across much of the ancient world. Sailors navigating the Aegean waters, farmers observing seasonal cycles, and travelers crossing distant regions all used these stars to orient themselves. Thus, Orion, who had once walked across diverse landscapes with steady purpose, now offered direction to others. Third, the constellation marked time. In Greece, the rising and setting of Orion signaled the progression of seasons. His appearance at dawn or dusk indicated specific moments in the agricultural calendar: the approach of winter storms, the readiness of fields, the shifts in temperature that shaped planting and harvesting. Orion's presence became a natural clock in the sky, unchanging and reliable. The Greeks, who lived in close relationship with the land and the sea, viewed such cosmic patterns as integral to their understanding of the world. Mythology and astronomy were not separate disciplines. They were different ways of interpreting the same reality. Thus, Orion's constellation held both poetic and practical significance, blending narrative meaning with environmental observation. As this new phase of Orion's existence stabilized, the gods themselves observed the result. Artemis, whose decision had placed Orion among the stars, recognized that the transformation aligned with the principles of her domain. The wilderness she guided extended beyond forests and mountains. It included the night sky itself, where constellations shaped the rhythms of the natural world. In placing Orion there, she ensured that his presence would continue to guide mortals with the same calm steadiness that had defined his life. Apollo, who had set the events into motion, also regarded the constellation with quiet acknowledgement. His role in Orion's story was sometimes interpreted differently in later retellings, yet within the earliest layers of the tradition, his involvement stemmed from principle rather than personal motive. The placement of Orion in the sky affirmed the restoration of cosmic balance while allowing the memory of the hunter to be preserved with dignity. In the celestial realm, Apollo found clarity, his most fundamental domain, enshrined in the arrangement of stars that formed Orion's outline. The other gods, though less directly involved, would have understood the significance of this new figure in the heavens. Zeus, who presided over the order of sky and earth, permitted the constellation to take its place among the ancient patterns. Hera, Poseidon, and others in the pantheon remained silent within the myth, yet their acceptance is implied through the harmony of the celestial sphere. In Greek cosmology, the appearance of a new constellation was not merely an artistic addition. It represented a cosmic agreement that the story it symbolized had settled into its rightful form. Below, among mortals, recognition of Orion's constellation grew gradually. Early shepherds and sailors may have noticed the new pattern first, commenting on the brightness of the aligned stars and the way they formed a distinctive figure. Over time, the constellation became widely known, its shape associated not only with a hunter, but with the specific story of the land-wandering figure whose presence once guided communities, and who now offered a different form of guidance from above. The constancy of Orion's placement allowed people to anticipate his movements across the sky. During certain months, he rose just after sunset, his stars bright against the deepening night. During others, he appeared in the early morning hours or disappeared entirely beneath the horizon, marking transitions in climate and daylight. For ancient cultures, whose understanding of time relied heavily on celestial observations, Orion became a trusted indicator of the year's unfolding. In literature and oral tradition, his celestial form took on poetic resonance. Poets referenced him as a symbol of endurance. Wanderers invoked his name as a companion of long journeys, and storytellers used his outline as a reminder of the intricate relationships between mortals and gods. Across centuries, the constellation remained one of the most recognizable patterns in the night sky, its significance expanding with each generation. Yet for all these collective experiences, the myth retains a deeply quiet character. The transformation from mortal hunter to celestial figure is presented not as triumph nor tragedy, but as completion. Orion's life, marked by resilience, movement, skill, and episodes of companionship and separation, resolves into a form that no longer changes. The sky holds him gently, with neither sorrow nor celebration, but with the calm acceptance that characterizes the natural world within Greek mythology. As this chapter closes, the night sky above ancient Greece stands clear and tranquil. The stars shimmer in their appointed places, forming constellations both old and newly shaped. Among them, Orion's figure rests in serene prominence, an enduring reminder of a life once lived upon the earth and now preserved in the quiet architecture of the heavens. In the chapters ahead, the story will explore the way different cultures, mythic traditions, and ancient communities interacted with Orion's constellation, how they interpreted its presence, how they wove it into seasonal rhythms, and how it shaped the broader legacy of Greek cosmology and storytelling. Once Orion had settled into the quiet architecture of the heavens, his presence did not remain bound to the boundaries of Greece alone. In the ancient world, the night sky was a shared canvas stretching across continents, seas, and empires. Mariners, farmers, poets, and skywatchers in many lands observed the same arrangement of stars, even if they traced them into different shapes and wove them into distinct stories. The figures in the sky moved above political borders and cultural differences, forming a kind of universal language of light. As a result, Orion's constellation became part of a wider network of interpretations across the Mediterranean and Near Eastern worlds. In Greece, Orion's myth was preserved primarily in poetry and oral tradition. Hesiod referenced him with simplicity, positioning his rising and setting as markers of the agricultural calendar. Later writers such as Aratus described the constellation with a blend of clarity and reverence, noting the brightness of its stars and its prominence in the sky's seasonal order. Within this framework, Orion was understood as a hunter, a figure of physical capability and wide-ranging movement. His story was not only mythic, but also practical, connected with the rhythms of planting, harvesting, and navigation. Yet as travelers, traders, and storytellers moved across the ancient world, the constellation was recognized by people who held no knowledge of the Greek hunter. In Egypt, where the Nile shaped the cycles of life, the stars that composed Orion held deep significance. Rather than representing a mortal or a hunter, this constellation was associated with Osiris, a central figure in the Egyptian pantheon. Osiris represented renewal, cyclical time, and the promise of continuity. When the constellation appeared in the pre-dawn sky, it signaled the annual flooding of the Nile, a vital event that brought fertile soil to the riverbanks and sustained the agricultural richness of the region. In this context, Orion's bright stars were not interpreted as an individual moving through forests or mountains, but rather as part of a cosmic pattern involving life, death, and restoration. The Egyptians observed the heliacal rising of these stars with care, linking them to ceremonies, rituals, and the turning of the year. The association with Osiris reflected not only visual resemblance, but also symbolic alignment, connecting the constellation to themes of balance and natural renewal. This parallel interpretation shows how constellations can hold different meanings while still maintaining their universal presence in the night sky. Further to the east, in Mesopotamia, the stars of Orion formed part of their own celestial traditions. known as Sipa Zai An Tane, meaning the true shepherd of Anu. The constellation stood among the figures believed to influence seasonal patterns and guide the calendar. Mesopotamian astronomy was highly advanced, supported by careful record-keeping over centuries. The stars associated with Orion were observed not only for their appearance, but also for their relation to the movements of the moon and planets. The figure in the sky was interpreted not as a hunter, but as a shepherd, a role deeply connected to daily life and social structure in the region. The shepherd represented guidance and guardianship, a figure who watched over flocks, just as celestial powers were believed to oversee the workings of the natural world. The steady rising of these stars marked specific periods in the agricultural year, much like in Greece and Egypt. Although the symbolic associations differed, the importance of the constellation remained consistent. It provided order, clarity, and a means of situating human life within the broader patterns of the cosmos. In the Levant, the constellation was also known, referenced in ancient texts with quiet authority. The Book of Job includes mention of Orion under the name Kessil, grouped among other prominent constellations such as the Pleiades. The reference is brief yet significant, illustrating that people across this region recognized the constellation and attributed meaning to its form. It stood as one among several celestial markers used to express the grandeur and stability of the heavens. Although not bound to a narrative, its presence served to underscore the sense of cosmic structure that shaped the worldview of the region. The Phoenicians, whose maritime culture relied heavily on navigation, observed Orion with particular attention. The constellation's belt provided a stable directional reference when traveling across open waters, far from the sight of land. Its rising and setting helped sailors determine courses and estimate distances. To these seafarers, Orion was not a figure of myth alone, but a practical guide, one whose position remained steady and dependable. Its visibility across a wide band of latitudes made it especially valuable in long-distance trade routes connecting the Near East, North Africa, and the wider Mediterranean. Throughout the ancient Mediterranean world, the night sky served as an archive of knowledge passed from generation to generation. People read the stars as calendars, maps, and symbolic narratives. Orion's constellation, visible in all its clarity, naturally became part of this shared heritage. Yet each culture understood it through its own lens. For the Greeks, it was the memory of a skilled hunter and a figure tied to the cycles of the natural world. For the Egyptians, it was a sign of renewal and a reminder of the cosmic order embodied by Osiris. For the Mesopotamians, it represented guardianship and connection to the celestial shepherd. For seafarers, it offered direction and stability. The diversity of these interpretations reflects the way human cultures shape their understanding of the sky. The physical stars remain the same, but the meaning woven around them changes according to the needs, environment, and worldview of each society. This adaptability is part of what gives constellations their enduring character. They serve as points of connection across time and space, allowing communities separated by geography and language to find familiar patterns in the heavens. Yet, despite these varied interpretations, a quiet unity persists. Each tradition recognizes Orion's constellation as a figure of importance, bright, distinct, and enduring. It serves as a marker of seasonal change, a guide across landscapes and waters, and a symbol of continuity. The constellation's broad visibility made it an ideal point of reference for ancient astronomers and storytellers alike, ensuring its place within multiple cultural frameworks. As the centuries passed, these interpretations influenced later generations. Greek understanding of Orion blended with earlier traditions, and the associations found in Egypt and Mesopotamia continued to shape astronomical writings for long periods. When later cultures looked to the sky, they inherited not only the patterns of stars, but also the layered meanings established by those who observed them before. In this way, Orion's constellation became a bridge between worlds, connecting myth, ritual, agriculture, travel, and timekeeping. Each culture added its own perspective, yet all looked toward the same arrangement of stars, steady, ancient, and unchanging. The constellation's presence across so many traditions shows how the night sky binds humanity through shared observation, even as interpretations vary. As this chapter concludes, the constellation stands not as a symbol of a single story, but as an emblem of the collective human relationship with the heavens. In the chapters ahead, the story will continue to trace Orion's influence, exploring how his constellation developed in later Greek thought, how it shaped early scientific astronomy, and how it entered the broader cultural imagination across millennia. As the Greek world shifted from the classical age into the Hellenistic period, the constellation of Orion entered a new phase of interpretation. The stories of gods and heroes remained present, still recited in sanctuaries, symposiums, and festivals, yet the intellectual climate began to change. Inquiry deepened, influenced by expanding horizons, new trade routes, and the blending of cultures under the reach of Alexander's former empire. Within this evolving landscape, Orion's constellation became both a figure of mythic memory and an object of scientific observation. The night sky, once woven primarily through the threads of story, now began to be charted with increasing precision. Hellenistic scholars viewed the heavens with a combination of reverence and analytic clarity. The constellations remained familiar, figures inherited from earlier Greek tradition, but they were now mapped more carefully, observed more consistently, and described with a quiet precision that marked the rise of early astronomy. Orion, with its bright, easily recognizable arrangement, naturally became a focal point of this growing discipline. One of the earliest and most influential figures in this development was Eudoxus of Cnidus. Although he lived slightly before the Hellenistic age, his work laid the foundation for later scholars. Eudoxus created a detailed system describing the motions of the stars, including the constellations of the zodiac and those beyond. In his celestial sphere, Orion held a clear place, identified not only by mythic associations, but also by its position and seasonal behavior. His observations influenced later thinkers, who refined his ideas and expanded upon them. During the Hellenistic era, the city of Alexandria became a center of learning, home to scholars who studied mathematics, philosophy, literature, and astronomy. Within the great library, texts from across the ancient world were collected, translated, and compared. This broad access to material allowed Greek astronomers to incorporate knowledge from Egypt, Babylon, and other regions, cultures that had long traditions of sky observation. Orion, already known across these lands, became part of this shared intellectual landscape. Aratus of Soli, writing in the 3rd century BCE, composed a long didactic poem titled Phenomena, which described the constellations and their movements. Although the poem drew heavily from the earlier work of Eudoxus, Aratus presented the stars in a form accessible to a wide audience. His tone was calm and measured, focusing on identifying constellations by their positions and relationships. Orion appeared prominently in this work, described not as the center of a dramatic tale, but as a fixed figure in the structure of the heavens. Aratus noted the clarity with which Orion could be seen, the arrangement of his belt stars, and the constellation's position near the celestial equator. His writing catalogued the stars not merely as mythic markers, but as features of a map. Readers and listeners could trace Orion in the sky by following the landmarks Aratus described, turning the hunter into a guide for celestial navigation. In this way, the constellation's earlier role as a seasonal and directional sign became even more formalized. As Hellenistic astronomy advanced, scholars began to measure the sky with increasing accuracy. They observed the apparent paths of the stars, identified patterns in their rising and setting, and attempted to describe the geometry of the heavens. Hipparchus of Nicaea, one of the most influential astronomers of the ancient world, catalogued hundreds of stars and noted their positions with remarkable precision. His work, completed in the 2nd century BCE, included Orion among the constellations he recorded. Hipparchus recognized the brightness of the stars forming Orion's belt and shoulders, and he placed them carefully within his coordinate system. He introduced methods for estimating stellar magnitude, noting the differences in brightness that allowed the constellation to stand out. He also discovered precession, the slow shift in the orientation of the Earth's axis, which affected the rising times of constellations over centuries. Orion, therefore, became part of a broader understanding of celestial movement, no longer viewed only in mythic time, but in measurable cosmic cycles. Another important figure was Eratosthenes, the chief librarian at Alexandria and a scholar of wide-ranging interests. Though best known for calculating the circumference of the Earth with impressive accuracy, Eratosthenes also wrote a work titled Katasterismi, which described the myths associated with various constellations. In this text, Orion's story was outlined gently and without embellishment, linking the tale of the hunter to the pattern of stars visible in the night sky. Eratosthenes connected myth to astronomical observation, showing how both could coexist without contradiction. The Hellenistic approach did not seek to replace myth with science. Rather, it sought to understand the sky through multiple layers of meaning. Constellations held narrative significance, but they were also part of a physical structure that could be measured and described. Orion, therefore, existed simultaneously as a heroic figure and as a celestial formation mapped with mathematical care. Gradually, star catalogues became more systematic. Scholars created diagrams showing constellation shapes, listing the stars by brightness and position. Some of these diagrams were incorporated into globes, three-dimensional representations of the heavens that allowed viewers to see the constellations arranged around the Earth. Orion, with its familiar outline, was often placed prominently on these globes, serving as a central reference point. The growing accuracy of star maps reflected the broader intellectual climate of the Hellenistic world, where observation and measurement were valued alongside tradition. Mathematics played a vital role in this development. The geometry used to calculate distances, angles, and celestial coordinates contributed to a deeper understanding of the sky's structure. In this environment, Orion's constellation helped support the emerging discipline of positional astronomy. The calm, steady presence of Orion in the night sky also made it useful for understanding celestial phenomena beyond its own shape. By observing its rising and setting, astronomers could track changes in the length of nights, the shifting of seasons, and the movement of the moon and planets against a fixed stellar background. The belt stars, nearly in a straight line, provided an easy reference for measuring angles or determining alignment. This geometric clarity made the constellation a natural anchor for celestial calculations. During the Hellenistic period, constellations also began to appear more frequently in decorative arts. Star patterns were depicted on pottery, mosaics, and textiles, often with a quiet elegance that reflected the era's appreciation for both beauty and order. Orion appeared in these works as a stylized figure, sometimes shown with a raised arm, sometimes standing in a balanced posture, always identifiable by the arrangement of stars at his center. These depictions were not meant to dramatize the myth, but to acknowledge the constellation as part of the harmonious structure of the cosmos. The influence of Hellenistic astronomy extended far beyond its time. Later, Roman scholars, as well as astronomers in the Middle East, inherited the star catalogues, observations, and descriptions created during this era. Orion remained a constant feature in these texts, carrying forward both the mythic associations and the scientific clarity established centuries earlier. By the end of the Hellenistic age, Orion's place in the sky stood firmly within two interconnected traditions. One preserved the memory of the hunter and his journey into the heavens. The other described the constellation as a precise geometric pattern within a wider celestial framework. Together, they formed a quiet union of story and science, reflecting the way ancient cultures viewed the universe as a blend of meaning and measurement. As this chapter draws to a close, the constellation of Orion remains fixed in its familiar position, bridging mythic narrative and early scientific thought. In the following chapters, the story will explore how Roman authors, medieval scholars, and later civilizations continued to interpret this luminous figure, carrying it forward through eras of changing knowledge and enduring curiosity. As the influence of Greek culture spread across the Mediterranean and the Roman world grew into its full expanse, Orion's constellation continued its quiet passage across the night sky, unchanged in form, yet newly interpreted by the scholars, poets, and natural philosophers of the era. The Romans inherited Greek myths, but reshaped them through their own sensibilities. They preserved the stories without seeking to dramatize them, often treating the constellations as markers within a well-ordered cosmos governed by natural law. In this environment, Orion became not only a figure of legend, but also a component of an increasingly structured understanding of the universe. The Roman world approached the heavens with a calm blend of curiosity and practicality. Their empire stretched across vast distances, from Britain to the Near East, encompassing regions where night skies varied in clarity and seasonal patterns. This diversity strengthened the need for celestial markers that were universally recognizable, and Orion, with its bright belt and prominent form, fulfilled this role with ease. Soldiers on distant frontiers, merchants traveling across the Mediterranean, and farmers tending fields in quiet rural provinces could all identify the constellation with the same certainty. Roman authors wrote about Orion, with a tone that balanced mythology and observational accuracy. One of the earliest and most influential voices was the poet Virgil, whose Georgics used Orion's rising and setting to guide agricultural activity. Virgil described the constellation not as the center of a dramatic story, but as a natural indicator of seasonal change. When Orion began to rise before dawn, it signaled the approach of stormier weather. When it sank below the horizon, it marked a shift toward calmer days. For farmers, these quiet transitions were more important than the mythic origins of the constellation, and Roman literature often reflected this practical perspective. Another key figure was Ovid, whose Metamorphoses offered a fluid retelling of many Greek myths, including the story of Orion's placement in the heavens. Ovid approached myth with a soft, poetic touch, emphasizing transformation and continuity. His version of Orion's story remained consistent with earlier Greek accounts, but took on a gentler tone, fitting the contemplative nature of the work. In describing the hunter's ascent to the sky, Ovid presented the event as a natural conclusion, a transition from motion to stillness, from earth to sky, from life's activity to the serene permanence of the stars. As Roman astronomy developed, scholars continued the Hellenistic tradition of cataloguing the heavens. Pliny the Elder, in his Natural History, included Orion among the constellations described in his encyclopedic survey. His approach was factual and broad in scope, addressing the brightness of the constellation's stars, their seasonal positions, and their significance in navigation and agriculture. Pliny's tone remained calm and unhurried, reflecting his attention to compile a comprehensive record of the natural world, rather than to interpret mythic stories in detail. The Roman writer Manilius, author of the Astronomica, offered one of the most extensive poetic treatments of the constellations. In his work, Orion appeared as a figure of clarity and structure, part of a cosmic design shaped by order and harmony. Manilius viewed the heavens as a rational system, where each constellation contributed to the balance of the universe. His descriptions of Orion focused on the constellation's placement, brightness, and role within the zodiacal cycle, reinforcing the Roman emphasis on celestial regularity. During this era, the Roman world also absorbed astronomical knowledge from regions it interacted with. The traditions of Mesopotamia and Egypt remained influential, particularly in Alexandria, where Greek and Roman scholars consulted ancient star records and refined their own measurements. Orion, long recognized in these cultures, served as a familiar reference point in comparative studies. The continuity of interpretation across civilizations strengthened its position as one of the most universally acknowledged constellations. As the empire progressed, the Romans continued to depict the constellations in art and architecture. Mosaics featuring celestial scenes appeared in villas, baths, and public spaces. Orion's constellation, with its distinctive belt, was often included among these designs. The images were gentle and stylized, portraying the figure with quiet dignity rather than dramatic movement. These artistic depictions reinforced the constellation's place in the Roman imagination, not as a subject of intense mythic focus, but as part of the serene structure of the universe. The transition from the classical world into late antiquity brought new perspectives on the heavens. Philosophical schools shifted in their approach to astronomy, blending scientific inquiry with metaphysical reflection. The Stoics viewed the cosmos as a rational, interconnected whole, where every celestial body contributed to universal harmony. Within this framework, Orion represented not only a physical constellation, but also part of a larger, balanced design. Meanwhile, early Christian writers began to reference the constellations in their own works. They inherited the sky as a symbolic landscape already shaped by centuries of Greek and Roman thought. In their writings, Orion appeared occasionally as an example of celestial order rather than as a figure tied to earlier mythologies. The name persisted, carrying forward the weight of its long observational history. These references did not reintroduce the mythic details, but maintained the constellation's position within a universe understood as purposeful and structured. Throughout late antiquity, celestial observation remained significant. The night sky was a stable presence during a period when political and social structures experienced change. Orion's reliability offered a quiet contrast to shifting earthly events. The constellation rose and set with its customary rhythm, its stars maintaining their positions with calm consistency. Travelers relied on it, farmers noted its seasonal patterns, and scholars continued to incorporate it into astronomical manuscripts copied across centuries. As knowledge moved eastward, the constellation found its way into works translated into Syriac, Arabic, and other languages. Although this development belongs more fully to the next stage of the story, its origins can be traced to the Roman and late antique periods, when the preservation of classical texts set the foundation for future transmission. Orion, positioned prominently in Greek and Latin star catalogues, travelled with these manuscripts into new intellectual centres far beyond the Mediterranean. By the end of late antiquity, the role of Orion had expanded significantly from its early Greek origins. The myth endured as part of the cultural memory of the classical world, yet the constellation's practical and symbolic significance had grown. It had become a fixture in agriculture, navigation, astronomy, and artistic expression. Its presence in the heavens remained calm and unchanging, even as interpretations evolved. Orion's journey through the Roman era reveals the constellation's adaptability and enduring influence. It served as a guide across landscapes, a marker of time, a figure in poetry, and an anchor in scientific observation. The quiet, steady light of its stars offered continuity amid change, allowing it to become one of the most widely recognized features of the night sky. As the story continues into the next era, attention turns toward the medieval world, and the scholars who inherited these texts translated them and further developed astronomical thought. In their hands, Orion's constellation would take on new layers of interpretation, carried forward in manuscripts that linked their ancient past with the intellectual traditions that followed. As the ancient Mediterranean shifted into the early medieval world, the constellation of Orion remained steady in its familiar position, even as cultures, languages, and intellectual traditions changed around it. The night sky, unlike the structures of empires or the contours of human society, held its form with patient consistency. Through centuries of transition, the stars offered a quiet link between past and present. For Orion, this period marked an era of preservation, sometimes deliberate, sometimes incidental, as manuscripts travelled across borders, were copied by different hands, and took on new meanings within emerging intellectual landscapes. The early medieval centuries were shaped by movement. Populations migrated, borders shifted, and the centers of learning transformed. What had once been the unified intellectual environment of the Roman Mediterranean became a constellation of distinct cultural regions, each with its own approach to astronomy, literature, and inherited knowledge. Orion's place within these traditions depended on the texts that survived, the scholars who interpreted them, and the broader cosmological frameworks shaping each society. In Western Europe, the decline of Roman authority led to a quiet fragmentation in scholarship. Yet some classical works remained in circulation, copied by monks in monasteries where literacy and learning continued in relative seclusion. Manuscripts containing star catalogues, astronomical treatises, and poetic references to constellations were carefully reproduced on parchment, preserving earlier knowledge even when the broader intellectual context had shifted. Within these manuscripts, Orion often appeared with the same calm clarity found in Greek and Roman sources. A bright figure in the sky, a seasonal marker, a component of the structured heavens. One important early medieval text was De Natura Rerum by Isidore of Seville, compiled in the 7th century. Isidore drew upon classical sources such as Pliny, providing a concise summary of natural and astronomical knowledge for a new audience. While his descriptions were brief, Orion was included among the constellations recognized in the Latin tradition. The mythic details were increasingly muted, replaced by an emphasis on the constellation's placement and function. In this period, the practical and symbolic roles of Orion began to overshadow its narrative origins. Throughout the early medieval West, constellations were often understood within a Christian framework. The heavens were seen as a manifestation of divine order, reflecting stability and intention. In this setting, references to Orion served as illustrations of celestial design rather than mythic memory. When medieval scholars mentioned the constellation, whether in encyclopedic works, homilies, or commentaries, they typically did so with a quiet sense of reverence for the structure of the cosmos. Orion became a reminder of cosmic harmony, its bright stars positioned purposefully in the firmament. Meanwhile, on the eastern and southern edges of the Mediterranean, a different transformation was unfolding. The rise of Islamic scholarship from the 8th century onward created a new era of astronomical study. Scholars in Baghdad, Damascus, Basra, and other centers of learning gathered, translated, and expanded upon Greek scientific texts. This movement preserved works that might otherwise have vanished, including the star catalogues of Hipparchus and Ptolemy, the poetry of Aratus, and numerous commentaries written during the Hellenistic and Roman periods. The constellation of Orion appeared in these translated works, often under names derived from earlier traditions. In Arabic, it was frequently called Al-Jabbar, meaning the giant, reflecting both its imposing appearance and its mythological associations. The belt stars, so distinctive in their alignment, were known as Al-Najm, Al-Nizam, or Al-Mintaka, names that would later influence medieval European star charts. By preserving the scientific observations of the Greeks alongside their own meticulous measurements, Islamic astronomers ensured that Orion remained central to the development of celestial mapping. The scholars of the Islamic Golden Age approached astronomy with a blend of mathematical precision and observational care. They constructed detailed star catalogues, refined instruments for measuring celestial positions, and built observatories where the movements of the heavens could be studied systematically. Orion, with its bright and easily identifiable stars, played an essential role in these efforts. It functioned as a reference point for calculations, a marker for determining the seasons, and a feature used to test the accuracy of observational tools. One of the most influential works of the period was the Book of Fixed Stars by the Persian astronomer al-Sufi, written in the 10th century. In this careful and descriptive text, al-Sufi expanded upon the star lists of Ptolemy, providing new estimates of brightness and detailed illustrations of each constellation. Orion appeared clearly in his catalogue, depicted both as a stylized figure and as a precise arrangement of stars. Al-Sufi's descriptions were calm, methodical, and concerned with clarity. His work would later influence astronomical texts in multiple languages and regions. While the Islamic world advanced astronomical knowledge, medieval Europe slowly rediscovered these traditions through translation. Beginning in the 12th century, scholars in Spain, Sicily, and southern Italy translated Arabic scientific works into Latin, reintroducing detailed knowledge of the heavens to Western Europe. Orion's constellation, long preserved in monastic manuscripts, now returned with renewed precision. The blend of Greek, Roman, and Arabic sources created a composite understanding of the stars that would shape late medieval and Renaissance astronomy. During this period, illuminated manuscripts sometimes included star maps inspired by classical and Islamic designs. In these maps, Orion often appeared as a robed figure or a stylized outline, holding a raised arm or standing in a composed posture. The images were decorative yet structured, serving both artistic and educational purposes. Though mythic stories were no longer central, the shape of the constellation remained easily recognizable, maintaining its continuity across centuries of visual representation. Medieval Europe's renewed engagement with astronomy was not limited to scholarly circles. Farmers and travelers continued to rely on celestial markers for practical guidance. Orion's seasonal appearance, particularly its rise in the evening sky during winter months, remained a quiet indicator of cold weather, long nights, and the turning of the agricultural cycle. The constellation's movements, gradual and unchanging, provided a sense of familiarity during times that were often marked by uncertainty. As the medieval period progressed, universities emerged as centers of learning, and astronomy became part of the quadrivium, the set of advanced disciplines studied after foundational subjects. Here, the constellations, including Orion, were taught within the context of natural philosophy, mathematics, and cosmological structure. The focus was not on myth, but on the harmony of the spheres, the geometry of celestial patterns, and the relationship between the heavens and earthly seasons. By the late medieval era, the sky was understood as both symbolic and scientific, ordered yet open to inquiry. Orion's constellation remained firmly embedded in this worldview. Students copied diagrams, scholars commented on ancient texts, and artists depicted celestial figures in quiet detail. Although interpretations varied between regions and traditions, the constellation's presence remained steady, bridging ancient Greek thought with emerging medieval perspectives. As this chapter closes, the constellation of Orion stands illuminated across the medieval sky, its stars forming a quiet pathway between ancient knowledge and the developing intellectual traditions that would shape the centuries to come. In the next chapter, the story turns toward the Renaissance and early modern eras, where renewed attention to observation and measurement would once again refine humanity's understanding of this enduring figure of the heavens. As the medieval world gradually gave way to the Renaissance, the constellation of Orion continued its slow rise and descent across the seasons, unchanged in appearance, yet poised to enter a new chapter in humanity's understanding of the heavens. The Renaissance was shaped by a quiet resurgence of curiosity, an era when ancient texts returned to circulation, new translations opened old knowledge to wider audiences, and natural philosophers began to observe the world with both inherited wisdom and fresh attention. In this environment, Orion became part of an expanding vision of the cosmos, a steady figure guiding the transition from traditional astronomy to early scientific inquiry. During the Renaissance, classical Greek and Roman works were rediscovered, studied, and reinterpreted. Scholars across Europe gained access to manuscripts preserved for centuries in monasteries and libraries, as well as translations made in the medieval Islamic world. Texts by Ptolemy, Aratus, and other ancient writers circulated once more, bringing with them detailed descriptions of the constellations. Orion appeared frequently in these works, recognized not only through his place in myth, but also through his position within the celestial sphere. Humanist scholars approached these texts with reverence, valuing them as links to the intellectual traditions of antiquity. They read the old descriptions with care, cross-referencing star positions, comparing diagrams, and sometimes correcting earlier interpretations based on their own observations. In these studies, Orion maintained his familiar outline, identified with the same clarity that had marked his presence since antiquity. At the same time, astronomical observation became more systematic. Before the invention of the telescope, Renaissance astronomers relied on the naked eye, using instruments such as astrolabes, quadrants, and armillary spheres to measure celestial positions. These tools allowed for increasingly accurate recording of star locations. Orion's bright and distinct form served as an anchor in these measurements, providing stable reference points for mapping the night sky. One of the pivotal figures of this period was the Danish astronomer Tycho Brahe. Known for the exceptional precision of his observations, Brahe recorded the positions of stars and planets with a level of detail unmatched in earlier centuries. He documented the stars of Orion carefully, noting their brightness and their relationships to one another. Although his primary focus lay in planetary motion, the constellations provided the fixed background against which these movements were measured. Orion's belt, in particular, offered a straight and easily recognizable alignment that helped refine positional estimates. The Renaissance also marked the rise of celestial globes crafted with artistic and mathematical care. These globes displayed the constellations as stylized figures superimposed upon the sphere of the heavens. Orion was often shown with a lifted arm, a poised stance, or a flowing garment, depending on the artistic style of the workshop. The stars that formed his belt and shoulders were plotted with precision, reflecting both ancient knowledge and updated observation. These globes served both decorative and educational purposes, appearing in scholars' studies, universities, and the homes of those interested in the emerging sciences. Illustrated star atlases became another hallmark of the Renaissance. One of the most influential was the Star Atlas by Johann Bayer, published in the early 17th century. Known as the Uranometria, it was the first atlas to cover the entire celestial sphere. Bayer introduced a system of labeling stars with Greek and Roman letters according to their brightness. In the constellation of Orion, This system organized the bright stars in a logical and enduring manner. Betelgeuse, marking the shoulder, received the designation Alpha Orionis, while Rigel, at the opposite foot, was marked Beta Orionis. This arrangement became a standard still used in modern astronomy. Bayer's depiction of Orion combined mathematical clarity with graceful artistic representation. The constellation was illustrated as a calm, balanced figure, a continuation of the long tradition of portraying Orion in a poised stance. The image did not emphasize action or narrative, but instead presented the constellation as part of an ordered celestial design. The surrounding stars were drawn with careful attention, their positions harmonizing with the figure's outline. Parallel to these developments, the invention of the telescope quietly reshaped humanity's relationship with the heavens. Although the earliest telescopes were limited in magnification and clarity, they allowed observers to see stars that were previously invisible to the naked eye. For the first time, the sky revealed layers of detail beyond the familiar constellations. Orion was among the patterns enriched by these early views. One of the most remarkable discoveries associated with Orion during this period was the nebula situated within his sword, a faint, cloud-like presence that had long been noticed but not fully understood. Through telescopic observation, astronomers recognized that this object was more than a simple star. Though still far from the deep understanding that would arise in later centuries, the recognition of the nebula added a new dimension to Orion's constellation. It hinted at complexity within the seemingly fixed patterns of the sky, revealing that the heavens contained mysteries beyond those described in ancient texts. The Renaissance understanding of Orion remained deeply tied to tradition, yet it also expanded through careful measurement and quiet discovery. Scholars continued to cite earlier authors, yet they increasingly relied on observation to confirm or refine inherited descriptions. The constellation's mythic identity persisted, often referenced in literature and art, but its scientific significance grew steadily. Orion became a point of continuity between ancient cosmology and the emerging frameworks of early modern astronomy. In literature, the constellation maintained its presence as a symbol of the natural world's structure. Poets referenced Orion's rising and setting as markers of seasonal change, drawing upon the same associations that had guided farmers and sailors for centuries. These references were often calm and reflective, acknowledging the constellation's steady progression across the year. The Renaissance fascination with harmony and proportion found resonance in Orion's symmetrical arrangement of stars, reinforcing its place in the cultural imagination. As the early modern world continued to evolve, star charts became more detailed, telescopes improved, and the scientific method took deeper root. Yet the essential presence of Orion remained unchanged. Its bright stars continued to offer orientation to observers, just as they had in antiquity and the medieval period. New discoveries were layered upon old interpretations, but the constellation's identity remained stable. By the close of the Renaissance and the early decades of modern astronomy, Orion stood at a unique intersection of myth, history, and scientific observation. It was both an ancient figure, preserved in story, and an object of ongoing study. Its stars were catalogued with increasing accuracy, its position measured with refined instruments, and its features explored with early telescopes. Yet the constellation's visual clarity, so striking to the naked eye, ensured that it continued to serve as a familiar anchor in the night sky. As this chapter draws to a close, Orion stands in the early modern firmament as a constellation shaped by centuries of human thought. In the chapters ahead, the story will turn toward the deepening scientific revolutions of later centuries, when new instruments and theories would transform humanity's understanding of the universe and reveal even more about the luminous structure that bears Orion's ancient name. As the early modern world gave way to the scientific revolution, the constellation of Orion continued its steady emergence across winter skies, unchanged in form, yet newly illuminated in meaning. The period from the 17th through the 19th centuries marked one of the most profound transitions in humanity's relationship with the heavens. What earlier cultures had understood through story, inherited wisdom, and the unaided eye was now examined through telescopes, recorded in systematic catalogues, and interpreted through new physical theories. In this changing landscape, Orion remained a central point of reference, a luminous pattern guiding astronomers as they mapped a universe far larger and more complex than previously imagined. The development of the telescope brought this transformation into clear focus. Although earlier versions of the instrument allowed modest magnification, improvements made by scientists such as Johannes Hevelius, Christian Huygens, and later William Herschel expanded its capability dramatically. As glass-making techniques advanced and mirrors became larger and more precisely shaped, the sky revealed layers of detail that had been invisible for millennia. Constellations that once appeared as patterns of isolated points now opened into expansive fields of stars. Orion, long admired for its brightness and clarity, became one of the first constellations to be explored in this new depth. Hevelius, working in the 17th century, produced star atlases that combined artistic representation with careful measurement. In his Firmamentum Sobiesianum, Orion appeared as a detailed figure, but now the stars were plotted with improved accuracy. Hevelius used observational techniques that blended tradition with the emerging precision of the scientific revolution. His charts helped bridge earlier celestial globes with the more refined atlases that would follow. Christian Huygens, observing the sky with increasingly sophisticated telescopes, turned his attention to a faint luminosity within Orion that earlier astronomers had noted but not fully described. This object, situated in the constellation Sword, became the focus of new inquiry. Huygens identified it as a cloud-like formation, what would later be known as the Great Orion Nebula. His drawings, among the first telescopic renderings of a nebula region, revealed an object neither star nor empty space, but something intermediate and mysterious. In a quiet way, this discovery marked the beginning of a new understanding of the universe's structure. As telescopes improved, Orion's nebula became more sharply resolved. Astronomers found that it was not an isolated anomaly, but part of a larger region of diffuse light, gradually revealing the presence of interstellar gas and young stars. Although the language of later astronomy did not yet exist, the recognition of this luminous cloud hinted at processes of stellar formation. Orion, long a symbol of human observation, now stood at the forefront of scientific exploration into the origins of stars. In the 18th century, William Herschel expanded the boundaries of astronomical study even further. Using telescopes of unprecedented size and clarity, Herschel catalogued thousands of nebulae and star clusters. Orion featured prominently in his work. Herschel's observations of the nebula revealed intricate structures within the cloud, regions where the light brightened, softened, or diffused. His writings describe the nebula with calm precision, noting variations in brightness and texture. Though he did not yet understand its nature fully, he sensed that it represented a different category of celestial object, neither star nor planet, neither comet nor fixed constellation. This period also marked the development of more standardized star catalogues. John Flamsteed, the first Astronomer Royal of England, produced a catalogue listing the positions of thousands of stars. Orion's bright stars received designations based on their position within the constellation, an organizational structure that continues to shape modern star naming conventions. Flamsteed's careful work reinforced the constellation's role as a dependable framework of the sky, aiding navigation and supporting more advanced astronomical measurements. As the Enlightenment progressed, the intellectual climate emphasized observation, rationality, and systematic inquiry. Astronomy flourished within this context. Although mythic narratives gradually retreated from scientific thought, the names of constellations persisted, providing continuity across centuries. Orion remained Orion, not as a hunter in a literal sense, but as a well-defined region of the celestial sphere. Its identity bridged the ancient, medieval, and modern worlds. During the 19th century, new techniques emerged that allowed astronomers to analyze the physical composition of celestial objects. Spectroscopy, developed through the work of scientists such as Joseph Fraunhofer and later Gustav Kirchhoff and Robert Bunsen, revealed that stars emitted light containing distinct patterns corresponding to their chemical elements. When astronomers turned their instruments toward Orion, they found that its nebula emitted light unlike that of stars. The spectral lines suggested a gaseous composition, confirming that the nebula was not composed of unresolved stars, as some had speculated. This quiet breakthrough reshaped humanity's understanding of the cosmos. It showed that nebulae were not simply distant clusters, but regions of interstellar gas capable of forming new stars. Orion's nebula, long observed and often illustrated, became a key example in this realization. Its calm glow revealed processes that would eventually be understood as part of stellar evolution. Meanwhile, photographic technology emerged as a powerful tool for astronomical study. Early long-exposure images captured details of Orion that the human eye could not see, even through a telescope. The nebula, when photographed, expanded into a broad field of luminous structure. Fainter stars appeared in great numbers, forming a backdrop that transformed the constellation from a simple pattern into a complex region of cosmic activity. Photographs revealed subtle gradations of light, delicate filaments, and new stars nestled within the nebula's glow. The ability to record such images marked another quiet shift in the way astronomers perceived the heavens. For the first time, the night sky could be preserved, studied, and shared far beyond the moment of observation. Orion became a subject of scientific literature, its features described not only through verbal reports, but through visual evidence that could be examined repeatedly. Star charts incorporated this new data, maps expanded in detail, and researchers gained tools to investigate the structure of space with increasing clarity. As the 19th century progressed, astronomers recognized that the Orion region contained multiple layers of stars at different distances. Some stars belonged closely to the nebula, newly formed and bright. Others lay farther in the background. The constellation's prominent stars, Betelgeuse, Rigel, Bellatrix, and Scythe, became subjects of individual study, their brightness, variability, and spectra analyzed with growing precision. These stars, long known by name and position, were now understood as physical objects with distinct characteristics, temperatures, and life cycles. Through these developments, Orion's place in the story of astronomy deepened. The constellation became more than a familiar figure in the sky. It became an active region of scientific inquiry. The calm presence of its stars offered a stable framework, while the nebula within it unveiled new pathways of discovery. The constellation's long association with observation made it a natural bridge between the ancient gaze upward and the emerging scientific view of a dynamic universe. As this chapter draws to a close, Orion stands illuminated by a blend of tradition and innovation. Its stars continue their slow, steady progression across the seasons, just as they did in ancient Greece. Yet the understanding of what lies within those stars and between them has expanded immeasurably. In the next chapter, the story will move into the modern era, exploring how 20th and 21st century astronomy revealed even greater depth within this ancient pattern, transforming our view of the cosmos while preserving Orion's enduring presence in the night sky. As the 20th century unfolded, the constellation of Orion entered yet another chapter of human understanding. The quiet progression of its familiar stars across winter skies continued unchanged, but the tools used to study them transformed dramatically. Telescopes grew larger, detectors more sensitive, and theories more refined. With each advancement, Orion's constellation, visible to ancient shepherds, medieval scholars, and early scientists, revealed layers of depth and complexity that had long remained hidden. In this era, the constellation became not only a pattern of bright stars, but a gateway into the rich fabric of the modern universe. The 20th century began with instruments capable of capturing light far beyond the limits of the human eye. Astronomers used photographic plates, spectroscopes, and increasingly complex observatories to examine Orion's features with new precision. The Great Orion Nebula, observed since the days of Huygens and Herschel, became a central area of study. Long exposure images showed it as a sweeping cloud of interstellar gas and dust, illuminated from within by clusters of young hot stars. What earlier astronomers had described as a faint glow now appeared as an intricate region filled with structure, arches, filaments, shadows, and bright, newly formed stellar groups. One of the key discoveries of this period involved the Trapezium cluster, a group of young stars nestled within the nebula. Early observations recognized the brightest members, but modern telescopes revealed that the cluster contained many more stars than once believed. These stars were extraordinarily young in cosmic terms, providing astronomers with a living example of stellar formation. The regions surrounding them, dense with gas and dust, became a natural laboratory for studying the processes that shape new suns. As the century progressed, radio astronomy emerged as a powerful discipline. Unlike optical telescopes, which rely on visible light, radio telescopes detect longer wavelengths emitted by cold gas and energetic particles. When pointed toward Orion, these instruments revealed vast swaths of hydrogen gas extending far beyond the visible nebula. This gas formed what is now known as the Orion Molecular Cloud Complex, a large, diffuse structure spanning hundreds of light-years. Within this cloud, countless young stars were forming, hidden inside dense pockets of dust. Although invisible to the naked eye, these regions became clear through radio and infrared observations. Orion, once perceived as a simple constellation of bright stars, now appeared as part of a much larger and more dynamic stellar nursery. Infrared astronomy deepened this picture further. Dust that blocks visible light becomes transparent at longer infrared wavelengths. Using infrared detectors, astronomers could peer into the darkest regions of the molecular cloud, revealing stars in their earliest stages, protostars still surrounded by the materials that would eventually form planets. These images showed that Orion contained not just isolated stars, but entire communities of forming systems. What earlier cultures had viewed as a static pattern in the sky now appeared as a region of ongoing creation. The study of Orion's brightest stars also advanced during this period. Betelgeuse, located at the Hunter's Shoulder, became a subject of particular interest. Scientists identified it as a red supergiant, a massive star nearing the final stages of its life. Observations revealed that Betelgeuse varied in brightness over time, expanding and contracting in slow, rhythmic cycles. These changes, gentle but measurable, offered insight into the behavior of evolved stars. Although the story of its eventual fate lies far beyond the scope of human experience, the star's steady fluctuations traced the natural rhythm of stellar evolution, observed patiently across decades. Rigel, at Orion's opposite foot, presented a different example. A blue supergiant of remarkable luminosity, Rigel emitted intense energy that illuminated nearby regions of gas and dust. Its brightness and distance helped astronomers refine methods for measuring stellar magnitudes, distances, and temperatures. Together, Betelgeuse and Rigel, one cool and expanded, the other hot and compact, illustrated contrasting paths in the lives of massive stars. During the mid-20th century, space-based observatories emerged, free from the distortions of Earth's atmosphere. These satellites allowed astronomers to observe Orion across wavelengths inaccessible from the ground. Ultraviolet telescopes revealed the influence of young, hot stars on their surroundings. X-ray observatories detected energetic emissions from newly formed stars and their interactions with gas clouds. Each type of radiation uncovered new aspects of the constellation's complexity. Perhaps most transformative were the images captured by the Hubble Space Telescope beginning in the 1990s. Hubble's clarity revealed details within the Orion Nebula that no previous instrument had seen. Its images displayed intricate formations of gas shaped by stellar winds, bright arcs surrounding newborn stars, and dark globules where planetary systems might be forming. The nebula's inner regions appeared as delicate structures carved by light and motion. These views of Orion became some of the most widely recognized astronomical images of the modern era, offering both scientific insight and quiet aesthetic beauty. As the modern world developed, astronomers also studied the motions of Orion's stars across time. Though the constellation appears fixed to the eye, its stars drift slowly through space on their own trajectories. Observations showed that the constellation would gradually change shape over tens of thousands of years. The belt would stretch, Betelgeuse would shift in position, and the recognizable outline would eventually evolve into something new. Yet these changes occur so slowly that Orion remains fixed for the span of all human history, a steady guide across generations. Modern astrophysics also shed light on the origins of the stars that form Orion. Many of its brightest members belong to what astronomers call the Orion OB1 Association, a loose grouping of young massive stars thought to have formed from the same giant molecular cloud. Over millions of years, these stars drifted apart, but their shared origin reflects the wider processes shaping the region. Orion, therefore, is not simply a chance arrangement of bright objects, but part of a cohesive stellar family. As humanity's understanding of the cosmos grew, Orion's presence expanded beyond scientific study. The constellation became a subject in art, literature, and photography, continuing its long tradition as a symbol of the night sky. Amateur astronomers found it a natural starting point for exploring the heavens, while professional observatories continued to use it as a reference for calibration and measurement. Its visibility from nearly every inhabited region of Earth ensured that it remained part of the shared experience of stargazing. In the 21st century, space missions such as the James Webb Space Telescope have begun observing the Orion Nebula with even greater sensitivity, revealing new layers of structure within the dust and gas. These observations continue to deepen the understanding of how stars and planets form, offering quiet glimpses into processes that unfold across vast stretches of time. As this long chapter of Orion's story closes, the constellation rests in the modern sky as both an ancient figure and a subject of ongoing discovery. Its bright stars, unchanged to the unaided eye, continue to rise over winter evenings, offering guidance, continuity, and a sense of connection to the deep history of human observation. The nebula within its sword glows with the light of new stars forming in silent expanses of dust. Through every era, mythic, medieval, scientific, and modern, Orion has remained a steady companion in the night. In the final outro, the story will return to a state of quiet reflection, easing the listener into rest as Orion continues its timeless journey across the sky. As this long and gentle journey comes to its close, the figure of Orion settles once more into the familiar quiet of the night sky. His story has moved through ancient memory, through centuries of observation, and through the expanding reach of modern astronomy. Yet, despite the many layers of understanding that have gathered around him, he remains unchanged in essence, a calm constellation rising with the seasons, carrying its steady light through the darkness. The tale of Orion stretches across time, not through urgency, but through patience. It lives in the slow drift of stars across millennia, and in the soft glow of the nebula that continues to shape new worlds. It lives in every quiet moment when someone lifts their gaze upward and finds that familiar outline watching over the winter sky. In this way, Orion remains both ancient and newly present, a reminder of how vast the universe is and how steadily it moves. If this story has brought a sense of peace or gentle wonder, consider liking and subscribing to support future journeys into myth and starlight. For now, allow the night to settle, let the calm deepen, and let Orion continue his long, silent passage across the sky as rest begins to unfold.